You are listening to Sparrow, the Memphis Players Book 5, written by Brooke St. James, narrated by Christina Traister, audio production copyright 2024. Chapter 1. Owen Atkinson, Phillipsburg, Montana, July. Owen was alone when he walked into the small storefront that day. It was a jewelry store with a wooden sign out front. The door was unlocked, and he looked around as he opened it and stepped inside. He didn't see anyone. There were a few small displays with jewelry, but the room seemed like it could be used as a storage area or workspace and not a retail store. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to be in there. He had walked over there because the name on the sign made him curious. It was called Betty Lou's Jewelry Emporium. He had seen the sign before, when they first arrived in town, but had never bothered asking anyone about it or checking it out before today. Owen was currently in Montana with the cast and crew of a movie. They were filming in a remote location on Rock Creek, and Phillipsburg was one of the small nearby towns. He had to go there for stores and reliable cell phone service. Owen had been to a few of the shops in town, but never this one. The population was less than 1,000, so there wasn't much shopping. Owen had been in Montana for a week already, and would stay for another 3 weeks while they were shooting this film. The majority of filming was being done in California, but a few scenes were set in the mountains of Montana. Owen had never been there before, and he was blown away by how gorgeous it was. He loved the evergreens. Phillipsburg was nice, too. It was a small town, and he could explore without anyone recognizing him. "Welcome to Betty Lou's," he heard a woman's voice projecting from behind a stack of boxes.
"Thank you,"
Owen said, not seeing her. Just then, a young woman appeared, squinting at him. She smiled and shook her head to clear away some of the curly hair that hung over her forehead. She did not have on a stitch of makeup, and she was the most naturally beautiful woman Owen had ever seen. Her bone structure was perfect. Her nose, her mouth, and eyes, they were all so exquisite. Physically, she was exactly his type. Before he looked at her, he wasn't even sure he had a type, but this was it. She was perfect. Owen felt at a loss for words. He stared at her face, wondering if it was going to be possible to marry her. He looked down and cleared his throat, trying to gain composure.
"I'm, here from out of town. I live in California, sort of. I'm temporarily in California. I actually live in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm making a movie."
"I heard there were some actors in from Hollywood. Someone said there was a movie being filmed out along the creek."
Owen was devastatingly attracted to this girl. This woman.
Her hands were stained from working, and he could see them because her curly hair was barely staying out of her face. She kept having to adjust it. She was holding something small in one hand, and she used the other hand to push back a stray curl. He wanted to help her. He had to stop himself from reaching out and touching her. Owen was in Montana for work, and getting caught up with a woman was not something he had time for. He stared downward at the tile floor, composing his thoughts before glancing around the shop. He could see behind the boxes now, and it was obvious that she had been at a workstation. The whole place seemed like organized chaos, like they were living out of boxes. He smelled metal and took in the gold-toned jewelry hanging on the wall.
"Is this a jewelry store or just where you make it?"
he asked. "Both, pretty much."
"Are you Betty Lou?"
he asked, making brief eye contact with her. Her eyes were light brown, hazel, and they were captivating against her skin tone. Her face shape was intriguing. It was different. She was different. Beautiful. Owen was taken off guard by his own reaction to this young woman's appearance. "Betty's my mom," she said with an easy smile. "I'm Corey. Sorry, it's a mess in here. We don't get much local business. It's online mostly, so we've been taking our time moving in."
"Are you set up for customers right now?"
Owen asked. She let out a little laugh. "We are. We should be. I'm ashamed to say we've been here for a year. The storefront isn't our main thing. We have a few pieces out here, but most of our inventory can be seen online, on our Etsy store. If you see something you like online, you can pick it up here, or I can ship it."
"I'm Owen,"
he said, glancing at her. "I'm Corey. I already said that. Anyway, let me know if I can help you with anything."
"I was just looking around. I have some time on my hands. Are you making jewelry right now?"
"I was doing some polishing."
"Do you design all this stuff?"
"I do. Mom used to design, but I do it now. I learned how to do all this when I was little. We cast mostly in silver and bronze, but we do use gold also if the customer requests it. The gold is a different price point from the pieces that are out."
"Do you have any gold pieces I could look at now? My mom has a birthday coming up."
"We do have some of our gold pieces already prepped, the best sellers anyway. But I can cast any of our old pieces in gold. I actually have a printed menu somewhere around here. It's got most of our designs on one sheet, if you want to look at that." Owen watched as Corey set down whatever small piece of jewelry she had been holding. She leaned over and retrieved a towel before wiping her hands. "There's method to all this madness, believe it or not. I get very little local business, though. I do need to get it organized, but I've been too busy with orders, honestly."
"That's a good thing,"
Owen said. "Yeah, kind of. I need a second set of hands. I was used to having my mom around. She's been out with her back for 10 months. She hurt it when we moved into this place. She had surgery, but she's still recovering."
"Oh, I hate to hear that."
"No, it's okay. I'm making it. I'm just trying to explain why it's a mess in here."
"I don't think it's a mess,"
he said. She smiled and handed him a thick piece of paper. It was oversized, like a restaurant menu with small photos of various pendants. "The back has earrings and cuff bracelets, and we have quite a few designs that aren't on this," she said. "I didn't realize how old it was. I can actually show you some others while you're here, if you think you'd be interested."
"I am,"
he said, handing her back the menu.
"Do you have anything already made in gold that I could see?"
"Sure, I'll grab a few things." She turned to go into the back room. He was so captivated by her face that he didn't see that she was carrying a pistol. People in Montana were different, but he hadn't seen it coming with this woman. She was delicate with a pistol strapped to her back. She disappeared for a second and then came back, carrying a small box. "We don't keep much gold in stock. Most of it's made to order. 90% of our sales are silver and bronze." She opened the box and began setting some things on the small counter space that was near a cash register.
"Is it normal to carry a gun in Montana?"
Owen instantly regretted asking the question, and he began backpedaling.
"I mean, I assumed with being the only person in a jewelry store. I'm sorry.
He trailed off, knowing he was letting his nerves get the best of him.
"I'm not going to try to steal any of this,"
he said. He closed his eyes, hating himself for talking so much. "The answer to your question is yes. Lots of people in Montana carry. But honestly, it's for show with me. I'm not even sure if it's loaded."
"Aren't you afraid to say that?"
She glanced at him. "No. I just said I'm not sure. I didn't say it wasn't loaded. I doubt you're going to chance it." She spoke casually and set the pendants out one by one. They were stored in small zippered plastic bags, and she had to open a different bag for every pendant. They seemed to be mostly nature-inspired designs. There was a tree, 2 different flowers, and a representation of mountains.
"Oh, I like the bird,"
he said when she pulled it out.
"My mom likes birds."
"It's a little sparrow." Corey said, placing it on the counter in front of him. "We have a couple of other birds and some other Montana animals. A moose, bears, and bison. Lots of animals, actually. The moose is one of our best sellers."
"You have bison?"
"We have multiple bison options. Multiple bears also. I just don't have them all in gold. Like I said, though, I can make all the designs in any metal." Owen watched as she continued to place pendants on the counter in front of him. Visually, she was so different from other women. She was exquisite. He felt a desire to be next to her. Owen had a few relationships in high school. He had less of them in college, and in the years since then, they were few and far between. The last year of his life had been way too busy for a relationship. 2 years ago, he starred in his friend's indie movie, and now he was an in-demand actor. He was working on his 3rd movie, and his contract for this one was worth a large sum of money. All this to say that Owen was completely focused during the 6 months it would take to shoot the movie. He did not have room or time for distraction. It had been a long time since he had felt tempted by a woman, and he tried to come to terms with the fact that this one was different, and he was eager to pursue her. He had glanced at her hand several times since he walked in, and there was no wedding ring. "I love the ram," she said casually, causing him to snap out of his thoughts. He glanced at the counter and noticed the pendant she had just put down.
"I'll definitely take one of the sparrows. I know my mom will like that one."
She smiled. "I love that one, too. That was the first piece I designed myself," she said.
"What inspired you?"
I... She stuttered, stalling and looking stunned. "I was a teenager at the time, and, I guess with my confidence level at the time, I think I just saw some of myself in a sparrow. A little, plain, brown bird." Owen's heart raced at her words. There was nothing plain about this woman. He wanted to reassure her of that, but surely she knew.
"You made this when you were a teenager?"
he asked, focusing on the jewelry. "Yeah, I designed it when I was 12 or 13, I think."
"I hope you don't see yourself as a sparrow now."
Owen wondered if he should have said that, and he stared at the jewelry as he waited for her to respond. "Maybe it's not so bad to be a sparrow," she said. "They're beautiful in their own way." She had no idea how gorgeous she was, and it caused an ache in Owen's chest.
"Yeah,"
he said vaguely. He talked to the girl for another 10 minutes. He bought several pieces of jewelry for his mom, and by the time he left there, he knew he had to see her again. She was friendly to him, and he thought she might have agreed if he had asked her out, but he couldn't work up the nerve. Confidence was not something Owen lacked, so he was surprised by his own reluctance with this woman. At least he knew where to find her. He told himself he would go back to that store and buy more jewelry, and he might do it as soon as tomorrow. Owen went directly from the jewelry store to the small barber shop a few blocks down. He would meet Paul there. The actors had access to a fishing and nature guide named Paul. He was available during their time off. Owen had come into Phillipsburg with him. This was the closest town to their shooting location, and it was 45 minutes away. Paul lived in Phillipsburg, and his wife owned the hair salon there. Paul had been in there for the last 30 minutes, waiting while Owen was out.
"Where'd you get that pretty little bag?"
Paul asked in his deep lumberjack voice with a tone of disappointment. Owen looked at the bag of jewelry and chuckled. He honestly hadn't even noticed the bag. He had been, and still was, completely preoccupied with...
"How well do you know that woman, Corey, from the jewelry store?"
he asked. He had been talking to Paul, but he noticed that his wife flinched when he said her name.
"She keeps to herself," Paul said. "She lives with the preacher, the old man who runs that tiny church up past Hideaway Trail. He's a weird guy. He's probably 100 years old. I think he's still in the pulpit, preaching for 8 or 10 old-timers every Sunday. It's way out there, past Gabe's property."
"Is that guy her grandfather or something?"
Owen asked,
feeling like he still wanted to know more. "No, he's not," a lady said, chiming in from across the room. There were only 2 salon chairs in this whole place, and only one of them was occupied. The stylist and customer were both facing away from Owen, but she shifted the chair, and now they could see him in the reflection of the mirror. He wasn't sure which one had spoken. They both regarded him. "My business partner is married to a guy who works with John's brother," the stylist, Paul's wife, said.
"Is John the preacher?"
Owen asked her. "No, that's Stanley. She and her mom live with Stanley Boggs, the preacher. They haven't always lived here. Sandra Bowman was going to that church when that woman and her daughter first came. That was 20 years ago or more. The girl was just a little toddler back then. I don't know anything about her," the customer said as a disclaimer. "I know about her. I've heard a few things from people coming through here. Jennifer's husband knows John Coleman, and he's with them all the time. He's a fishing guide. He's got his own operation. He's the one who's going to take over caring for the women when Stanley dies." "Is John Coleman with that Corey girl?" the customer asked, suddenly interested. Paul's wife shrugged. "I think. John's too old for her, but I think he wants to marry her. He'll end up doing it, that's what Jennifer said. He's a nice guy. He's just like 15 years older than her. He was all that in high school, but back then, she would have been a baby," the customer said. "Becca at the post office tried to go out with him for years, but I think he's waiting for that Jones girl. Waiting till she gets older." "Oh, I know who you're talking about," the customer said. "I know Becca. She's sweet." "Yeah. The little girl, Corey, she was homeschooled. They lived out in the woods for all these years, and then one day they moved into that store down the street," Paul's wife said. "I knew they were making jewelry years ago because they have a shipping deal through Becca. She gets her hair cut here. She likes the girl, but I think she's always had a thing for John. I know those women send out multiple packages every day, dozens. They used to do it from their house. I never saw any of their jewelry until they moved into that store." "I've never been in there, but I want to," the customer said. "My sister has the moose necklace, and I see other people with their stuff." Owen just listened to all that Paul's wife had to say. He had about 100 more questions about Corey, but he didn't ask any of them. Chapter 2. Corey Jones. I had dabbled in writing. It was nothing serious. I had always kept a journal, and sometimes my journaling would take the form of a story. I had written some poetry too, but I loved to make up short stories that were basically good things that theoretically could happen to me. It was never anything as lengthy as a novel, but sometimes I would write stories as my journal entries. Instead of writing about my actual life, which was often quite boring, I wrote about a life I made up. When we first moved into that store in Phillipsburg, I had written a scene in my journal where a handsome gentleman came into the store and swept me off my feet. We fell in love at first sight. I had fantasized about things like that. I thought about my future husband, and I had imagined he would be someone stunning and gorgeous, some stranger who was just passing through town. But the truth was far less glamorous. There were no stunning gentlemen. The town was just too small. Stanley hated me going to the store by myself, but he had gotten too old and frail to stop me. He wanted me to shut down the operation and move my workspace back to the house where we used to have it. But I enjoyed driving to Phillipsburg every day. I also liked having a life, even if no one came in and I only saw them through the window. At least I was seeing someone besides my mom, Stanley, and John. I was homeschooled and grew up in the woods. I had gone years of my life seeing only these 3 people. My life was still relatively quiet, but going to Phillipsburg every day gave me something to look forward to. Also, I had met an unbelievably attractive man yesterday during my trip to town. It was like he was a scene right out of my journal. His name was Owen, and he had come into the store and bought 2 gold pendants, a chain, and some earrings. A lot of gold jewelry. He just kept saying, I'll take that one. I added everything up and he didn't flinch. It was an unusual sale for us since so much of our business was working with less expensive metals. Owen stuck out in my mind for that reason. He spent a lot of money. Oh, who was I kidding? He stuck out for other reasons. He was the most handsome man I had ever seen. That wasn't saying a lot since I had seen roughly 50 men total in my whole life. But he was like no other man I had ever seen. Not even on television. His face was... I smiled at the thought of how nervous I had been around him. He had asked to see the gold jewelry, and I had to handle it just the right way and brace my hand so I wouldn't shake. The memory of it made me laugh at myself. I had been thinking about it in my truck on the way to the shop, so I was pleasantly surprised when I found a note from Owen when I got there. It had been slipped under the door, and I opened it knowing who it was from because his name, along with mine, was on the outside. To Corey. From Owen. The words were written on the front of the envelope. I opened it, feeling excited.
Corey, I was hoping to see you this morning and ask you this in person, but I see that you don't open until 10. I have to work and can't wait until then. I have no cell service in the area where I'm staying, but I check my phone once a day. Here is my number. It was great meeting you, Owen.
He included his phone number at the bottom of the script. I read the letter twice. At first, I was excited, thinking he wanted to see me, but the second time reading it, I realized how vague it was. He could be getting in touch because of a simple problem with the jewelry. It was possible that he just wanted to return something. I gave myself a few minutes to think about it before I composed a text to him. I had a smartphone, but I didn't use it for much. I did know how to send a text, even though I hardly ever texted anyone. I typed in his number and composed a message to him. Me. Hello, I'm Corey from Betty Lou's jewelry store. I got your message and wanted to get in touch with you. Thanks, Corey. I read it and decided I didn't love it, but there was nothing I could do. My phone dinged a few seconds later and I smiled as I looked down at it. Owen.
I'm at a spot where I have Wi-Fi, so I can text. I'm glad you found my note.
Me. Is everything okay with the jewelry? Owen.
Yes. Why?
My heart sped up as soon as I read his message. If he wasn't getting in touch with me about jewelry, then... I typed. Me. I thought maybe that's why you came by. Owen.
No. Would you be willing to share a meal with me?
My heart pounded as I read the words. Share a meal? Was that a date? What was happening? I had been so attracted to him that this all felt too good to be true. Nothing like this had ever happened to me. Was he asking me out? Another text came in before I could compose a response. Owen.
For the next few days, I'm only available early mornings or late nights.
Me. I have some responsibilities at home at night. How about morning? Owen.
Yes. Tomorrow? What time? I have to be back on set by 10 for makeup. Can you meet me for breakfast at 7?
My heart sank when he asked that. I could only think of 2 restaurants in Phillipsburg that would work for breakfast, and there was no way I could sit down in either of them with a strange man. Everyone knew everyone around here. Stanley would find out in about 10 seconds, and the questioning that would ensue would not be worth it. But I also didn't know where else to go. I wasn't going to make a picnic. Or could I? I didn't want to make it complicated. I stood there and tried to brainstorm ideas before I texted him back. Me. Yes. I was trying to think of where. Would you want to be in nature? A breakfast picnic?
Owen. Sure. Any ideas for a spot?
Me. I can meet you at a trailhead or boat ramp somewhere. We can go out on the creek. Owen.
Sounds good. Just text me the place. I can maybe bring some food. We have a chef traveling with us.
Me. It's not as fancy as a chef, but I make meal prep breakfast burritos. That's what I normally eat. They're good, and I use good ingredients. I would be happy to make you one of those. Owen.
I'd love one of those.
Me. Really? Great. Are you up for a short hike? Owen.
Yes, just text me the location and I'll meet you at 7. Why are you making burritos when it's not even Sunday?
John asked later that same afternoon when he came into the kitchen. He never knocked. He was like family, and it was no surprise when I turned around and saw him standing in the kitchen with me. I wanted to make more, I said, feeling annoyed that I had to explain myself.
Why on a Thursday?
He persisted, coming to stand next to me at the stovetop. He took a spoon that was resting on the counter nearby and dipped it into the side of my egg mixture. I had just enough of the mixture waiting to be spooned into tortillas, and the amount he took was so large that I knew I would make one less burrito.
Smells good, he said,
before he put the heaping spoonful into his mouth. It was a gigantic spoon, a serving spoon, and he had to eat it in 2 bites. He worked to contain the huge, hot bite in his mouth. I felt the urge to turn and make an angry expression at him, but I just smiled, sincerely. The truth was that John had helped Stanley a lot over the years, and he had helped my mom and me too. He was always willing to help out, and I knew I needed to be nice and patient about him taking some of my eggs. I turned to adjust the number of tortillas, and before I knew what was happening, he got another spoon from the drawer and did it again. It only took seconds for him to eat it and toss that second spoon into the sink with a clang and open the fridge.
You still have 3 burritos right here, he said, with his mouth still full.
I know, but I wanted fresh ones, I answered, smiling and praying for patience.
Why do you buy the good cheese? That stuff's overpriced.
His mouth was still full when he asked. I tried to remain calm. It was frustrating that I felt like I had to lie about what I was doing. It tastes good, I said simply.
Yeah, it tastes good, he said, finishing the bite.
It better taste good. She's using every pan in the house,
Stanley yelled from his recliner in the room.
All I hear is banging and clanging in there.
Sorry, I called. I'm almost done. I knew I hadn't been loud, but it was always easier to apologize than try and justify my actions. Corey's getting up and going on a hike in the morning, my mom said, coming into the kitchen. I smiled at John's confused expression when she said that. It would be so much easier if I could just come out and say that I was meeting someone there. But that would bring on 10 times more questions. And they were questions I couldn't answer, honestly. I didn't know Owen. I didn't know a thing about him. They would ask me about him, and when I told them I knew nothing, they would insist that I not go. Nothing like this had ever happened to me before, but I knew what the results would be if I told them I was meeting a guy. I wasn't going to get into it.
Hiking? Why?
John asked.
She's trying to get in shape,
Stanley yelled.
Where are you going hiking?
John asked. I don't know yet, I said, shaking my head and staring down at the burrito I was wrapping. I told her to walk on that treadmill, my mom said. I have a perfectly good treadmill in there, going to waste. I'd rather go for a walk outside, and I'm not going anywhere dangerous, I said. Probably to a park.
Parks are dangerous, John said. People are abducted from parks all the time. Killed, even.
Thanks, John, I said, being sarcastic and smiling a little. He's right, my mom said. I'm not going to do anything unsafe, I promised them. I'm just going to a park to walk and do my devotional. I was reluctant to say that, but I knew mentioning the Bible would get them off my case. I made a mental note to show up 15 minutes early and keep my word about doing a devotional before Owen got there. I had to hold in a smile at the thought of meeting Owen. I was a grown woman, and I was having to sneak around to take a simple walk with a guy. Perhaps it was more fun because it was forbidden. Chapter 3. The following morning. I woke up at 5:30 a.m. Stanley was awake, but I snuck around behind his back and he didn't notice that I was taking a double portion of food. He didn't question me about where I was going since we had already mentioned it last night. My mother was still in bed when I left, and I was thankful for that because she would have noticed the extra burrito. I had sent Owen the address of a trail I knew that would take us to a beautiful spot on Rock Creek, one where John would never be fishing. I brought my Bible, and I arrived 15 minutes early. I went to sit in a nice spot where the sun was shining on me, and I read a chapter in the book of Proverbs. It was one of my favorite books in the Bible. I barely finished reading the chapter once. I had only been there 5 minutes when I saw a truck pull up and park next to mine. I had planned on reading it again and maybe looking up some commentary, but instead I closed my Bible. Owen had pulled up before I had time to finish. I tried not to hide it or feel embarrassed, but it felt prudish to be reading my Bible on our first... Was this a date? I wasn't even sure what we were doing. But it felt slightly sheltered of me to be reading my Bible at the beginning of it. I held the book discreetly by my side as I walked back toward my truck. Owen had already gotten out of his vehicle by the time I made my way over there. I went directly to my back seat and traded the Bible for the bag that was sitting there. "Hello," I called, seeing Owen walk around the front of my truck. "Hello," he said. He came around to my side of the truck just as I closed the door. "You brought a Bible instead of a gun. That's a step forward. I don't guess I'll need either for breakfast." "No," he said innocently, assuring me. He pointed at my bag. "I'm sorry to show up empty-handed," he added. "Oh, no, I was happy to make these." "I know this sounds bad, and I'm thankful, but I was getting tired of the chef's cooking." "You must be important in that movie if they hire a chef to make you meals. Are you an actor? The director?" "I'm an actor, but I didn't mean to bring it up for that reason. I'm nervous in front of you. I guess I'm trying to show off." "No, I didn't take it like that. I'm just saying my burrito's probably not going to stack up to some chef-made meal." "Yes, it will." I closed the door and we walked around the back of my truck toward the trailhead. I motioned to the path. "It's a short trail," I said. "The creek's only about 50 yards from here. I didn't even think to ask you if you had any dietary stuff." "What do you mean by that?" "Are you a vegetarian or anything?" "No." He laughed. Saying dietary stuff reminded me of my great-aunt. She can't cook, and we would all pretend to have diet issues when she brought a dish for the holidays. It was bad. She used to bring these casseroles, and we didn't even know what was in them. She would ask how we liked them and follow up to make sure. Sometimes she would stand there and watch while we tried a bite. I laughed. "Better off dead." Did you ever see that movie? It's from the 80s. "No, but I know about it. It's with John Cusack, right?" "Yes, and his mom in the movie is hilarious. She can't cook, and she makes this blue stuff with raisins in it. It's a big glob." "Gross." "Tell me about it. It literally crawls off the plate." "What? In the movie?" "Yes," I said. "The pile of gel stuff is like on wheels or something. I don't know. Maybe it was remote control, but it moved off of his plate. He sat there and watched it crawl." "I didn't know that movie was so weird," he said, causing me to laugh. That was just one little scene, but the movie is pretty weird in general. Funny, though. It's one of my favorites. "This is incredible," he said, seeing the spot where we would sit. "We've been out on this water for days, and it never ceases to amaze me how picturesque it is." "I've been here almost my whole life, and it never gets old." I am in love with this landscape, and yet all I do is think about leaving.
You want to leave?
He asked, glancing at me. I looked at him as we came to the spot on a worn-down wharf where I thought we could sit. I stopped and sat down without warning, and he easily followed my lead. I dream of it. I literally dream of leaving all the time. It's always different circumstances. One night I dream I take off on a train like a hobo, and then the next I dream of taking off on foot. The one after that I'm on a private jet. I'm really good at dreaming of leaving. But when it comes down to it, life doesn't get much more beautiful than this right here. I pointed at the creek. I've seen all sorts of movies. I know what's out there, and I can appreciate how beautiful this is.
It is a rare beauty,
he said, looking out at our surroundings. I caught sight of his profile as he gazed at the creek. His cheeks and jaw had a light dusting of facial hair. I just adored the way he looked. He smiled, and I could see his white, straight teeth. I wasn't sure if there could be a more perfect-looking man.
It's nice to travel and experience new things, though. You should travel.
Yeah, I do that through books. The internet a little too, and TV, I guess, if that counts.
I mean vacation. Even a short trip. Drive over to Oregon or Washington and see the coast. Vancouver's nice.
I laughed at the thought of a casual trip to Vancouver. I've never been any further than Phillipsburg. I didn't even leave Stanley's parsonage or the church until I was 10 years old, and even then, it was to see a doctor in Phillipsburg. I didn't tell Owen that, though. I knew that was odd, and I kept that to myself. I let out a sigh and regarded him, trying not to get distracted by his boyish good looks. He had a flawless face, though, and it was difficult to ignore. I caught myself thinking that he must have been a popular actor because of how very handsome he was. I never thought I was boy crazy, but it seemed as though I was turning over a new leaf in that regard. The shapes of his face could have been etched out of stone, like a work of art.
You've never left Montana?
He asked. Yeah, no. I wasn't born here, but I haven't left in a long time. We don't. My mom raised me as a single mom, and she was poor. We relied on the kindness of others a lot, especially Stanley, so a vacation, that wasn't ever on her list of priorities. For the last 10 years, Stanley's health has been so bad that... No. I stopped talking, realizing my life sounded more pitiful than it was. Maybe it was pretty pitiful.
So bad that what?
Owen asked. No, just nothing. Just that we need to be close in case anything would happen to Stanley. I didn't like mentioning Stanley. I stared into Owen's blue eyes, wondering how in the world I ever got here. I smiled at him and shook my head a little. I'm actually just really grateful to grow up in such a beautiful place, I said. I've seen enough of the world in pictures to know how special this is. Both of us settled into a spot, and I reached into my bag to get the burritos. I turned to him with one in my hand. It was wrapped in thin foil like a professional burrito store. I had been making meal prep breakfast burritos for the last year, and I had my whole process down. I do love the natural beauty here, I said, trying not to get distracted by his face. I would miss that if I ever left. I handed him the burrito, and he took it from me.
Thank you. Whoa, this is hot. It's still really warm.
I thought you would be here like 10 minutes from now, so I put them in a thermal bag. He opened it and took a bite.
Oh my gosh, this is so good. This is really good, Corey.
Thank you, I said, pleased when I saw him chewing with a smile. How is this man gorgeous when he ate? His jaw moved when he chewed, and I actually loved the way he looked. I glanced away, taking a bite of my burrito, which I made a bit smaller than his. Phillipsburg is so small that I don't usually get the chance to sit and enjoy breakfast with a stranger. I've actually never done anything like this before, so thank you for the experience. Owen stared at me with a curious expression as he finished his bite.
You're welcome. But I'm the one who should be thanking you. This is seriously delicious. I've never had anything like this. What makes it taste so good?
It's all homemade. I made the guacamole. I also made the tortilla.
Really?
Yes.
Why? How?
He said, causing me to smile. Which one do you want me to answer?
How?
He said. How did I make the tortilla?
Yes.
They're easy. My mom's mom is Mexican. Her parents were born there. I've been making homemade tortillas since I was a little girl.
I don't think I've ever had a homemade tortilla before.
I bet you have and didn't know it. Some restaurants make them in-house.
How do you know stuff like that if you never go past Phillipsburg?
I watch television. I watch the cooking channel. I learn a lot on TV. I read, too.
I grew up doing musicals,
Owen said. He took another bite. Like Annie?
Is that the one that comes to your mind?
He asked, smiling at me. Yes, I've seen Annie on TV several times.
Have you ever watched it on stage?
No.
Have you seen any musical?
No. I've seen a few movie musicals, though. Not just Annie. I've seen Grease and a few others. I've also seen clips of plays and videos, but no, I've never sat and watched a musical on stage. Do you sing? I asked, smiling and leaning back to regard him. The sun was shining through the trees, and it hit us in small moving patches as the breeze moved the branches above us.
I do sing. Not anymore, really. I grew up performing in musicals, but not now. I haven't had to sing in any movies.
Are you a big movie star? He shrugged.
You said you watched movies and TV. If I was famous, you'd probably recognize me.
It doesn't mean anything that I don't. We don't have streaming. We only get a few channels. I've seen a lot of movies, but not necessarily new ones. Why, are you a big movie star? I almost added that he looked like one, but I got nervous at the last second and changed my mind. I trailed off.
I what?
Nothing. I was just waiting for you to tell me about your movies.
This is the third one I've been in,
Owen said.
The first was a movie about my friend's life. It was my breakout role. A true story. An indie film that wound up getting a couple of Oscars. Then I got a job working with Clint Eastwood, and now this one. I'm excited about it. I'm actually not supposed to talk about it quite yet. They're keeping details hush-hush because of security out here. But I will say that I'm working with Keanu Reeves, which is a huge deal for me.
You're working with Keanu Reeves? Even I know who that is. Is he out here with you guys?
He will be next week. I definitely shouldn't be telling you this, though.
I'm not going to say anything, I said easily. I stared at Owen, who took a bite of food. He was near the end of his burrito. How do you handle it? How do you handle the pressures of everything you do? I've never imagined meeting an actor. I know it's gotta be an intense lifestyle. He shrugged.
Everything has come day by day, so it never felt out of my control. That's not to say I never get out of my comfort zone. I spend a lot of time there, actually.
Chapter 4. Were movies out of your comfort zone after you grew up doing plays? Is it different? Owen smiled at me as he thought about the question. He was still eating, and I just chose not to look at him because of how perfect and wonderful he was.
Yes, it's so different. And it was uncomfortable. I had to make mistakes. But you get through it. My first movie was with friends, so that made it easier. I'm still new compared to a lot of these people, though.
What's your process?
I'm not even sure if I could consider what I do a process. I would say the most important process in my life is knowing which things to remember and which things to forget. I've got a lot to remember. I've got to remember lines, and I've got to remember how my character would act in certain situations. But I have to forget things constantly, too.
What do you mean by that?
I asked. I have to make myself forget failures. I have to make myself forget when people offend me. I kind of have to make myself forget how scared I am all the time. I am constantly getting myself into big, impossible situations where I'm out in front of people performing with all eyes on me. I'll catch myself in a moment. I'll be feeling overwhelmed. I'll be out there with everyone looking at me, expecting something of me, and then I'll think of rain and just go for it. Rain? Yes. You know how when you're stuck in the rain and you're all fidgety at first, but then you relax and give in? I'll imagine that I'm stuck outside in a storm without an umbrella. In that situation, you can do one of two things. You can wish you were dry and stress out the whole time about getting wet, or you can embrace it and just relax and let the water fall on you. I feel like half of success is putting myself out there and just embracing the chaos that ensues once I'm in the midst of learning and performing. That's a neat thought, I said. I've never been wet in the rain like you're saying, but I can't imagine how it would feel. You've never been caught in the rain and gotten soaked? No. I do go outside quite a bit, but my mom is really protective, and she always knows if there's going to be a storm or anything. I've accidentally gotten a few drops of rain on me, but I've never just gotten soaked. I guess what I was saying doesn't work for an analogy then. No, I get it, I think. I've seen some movies where characters end up in the rain and don't care. Do you remember that scene in The Notebook? He stared at me as he finished his last bite of food. No, but I think you should strand yourself in the rain on purpose sometime. I might, I said, smiling at the thought. That burrito was really so good, he said. I'm glad you liked it. I gestured his way. You need to talk since I still have food to finish. Okay, I'll talk. My name is Owen Joseph Atkinson. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, and I still live there, although I've been in California a lot during the last 2 years. I moved out there when we made that first movie. What's it called? The Sound of Silence. My friend wrote it. It's the true story about another one of our friends. And that's how you got famous? Yeah, if you can call what I am famous. I had auditioned some before that, but no film roles. His movie was my big break. What about your family? I asked. My parents are still married. I have a sister named Caroline. She's in school to be a pediatrician. My mom's family, my grandfather, had cattle ranches back in the day, lots and lots of land. My mom had a lot of money ever since she was a little girl. She went to boarding school and things like that. When she was a teenager, she was introduced into society. What does that mean? I asked. I don't even know. I'm not sure what it is. My dad's a physical therapist. He owns a big clinic in Memphis. We have 2 dogs, 2 golden retrievers named Sunny and Cher. My mom is all about homemaking. She decorates and entertains. Me, my dad, and my sister just get dressed up when she tells us to. I laughed, finishing a bite and shaking my head. How is your story so wholesome and perfect? My parents paid for my theater stuff, and I'm thankful for that. I had a good childhood in a lot of ways, but I spent a lot of time feeling guilty that I wasn't playing football and baseball like my cousins. My dad was sort of embarrassed about the theater stuff when I was younger. As I got older, he changed. His clients started seeing my shows and congratulating him, and then eventually, he came around. He wasn't mean about it. I just sort of always had this awareness that he would have been prouder if I were playing football. I'm not complaining, though. When it comes down to it, my parents are the ones who paid for all the theater, camps, lessons, costumes. I can't imagine how much they spent on all that when I was growing up. I'd probably feel bad if I knew the total amount. I've done 82 plays. 82? Yes. You're not even 82 years old. That made him laugh. I hope not. I did more than 1 play a year, obviously. I stared at him with a little confused expression that made him laugh again. The sight of his laugh was ever so distracting. His smile. I had never met anyone who looked like him.
I seriously didn't even know there were 82 different musicals in the whole world.
Well, not all of them are musicals, and some of them are repeats. I've done Mary Poppins and the Addams Family each 3 times, and there are a lot I've done twice.
I finished my last bite of burrito. That is so far removed from my life, I said. I'm trying to imagine doing musicals with my time, and it's just so different. I think we have the exact opposite lives.
I guess you mostly meet new people when they come out here fishing. Our guide said it's a popular area for that.
Yeah, but I don't really meet anyone. We have a family friend who runs a guide service, and he taught me how to fish, but I never go out fishing with him. I spend a lot of time alone. I know that sounds bad. I'm not depressed about it or anything, it's just a fact. I don't have any brothers or sisters. It's just my mom and me and Stanley, and a lot of times I just go at it alone. I don't mind it. I'm not this kind of person who needs to have a big social life or anything.
Did you already tell me who Stanley was to you? Are you related?
No, Stanley's not related to us, but we've been with him for a long time, as long as I can remember. I have a whole backstory that would probably freak you out, if you're not already.
I'm not. This is just getting interesting.
I brought juice and water, I said, turning to retrieve 2 thermoses out of the bag.
I'm okay,
he said.
Actually, I'll take some of the juice if you don't mind.
I smiled as I handed him the pink thermos. He poured a sip into his mouth without holding it to his lips. I watched as he made a face as he drank the juice. He screwed up his face comically, and I laughed. He was a funny guy, and he was handsome, even when he was making faces and playing around.
Grapefruit juice,
he said, still squinting. Only the best, I agreed. Do you not like grapefruit juice?
No, it's fine, it's good. Just not what I don't know what I expected when you said juice. Maybe apple? I was not expecting grapefruit.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's good.
He looked up and took another sip.
Now that I know what's in here, it's good.
You don't have to drink it like that, I said.
What if you want a sip?
I'm not thirsty, I said, and I don't mind drinking after you. Do I have anything between my teeth? He let out a laugh when I flashed him my smile.
No, your teeth are beautiful.
Your teeth are beautiful, I said.
I thought they were, but my mom made me get braces anyway. I went to the orthodontist for a year of my life, and I thought my teeth were straight to begin with.
I'm thankful I didn't need braces.
Are you not going to tell any of the details that would freak me out? I have a feeling that whatever you have to say, it's not as bad as I would come up with by myself.
My mom left my dad when I was 2 years old. He was hurting her, and she took me and left in fear for our lives. All I know is that I was born in New Mexico, and that's where my dad still lives. If he's alive. She left him years ago. We drove north until the car completely broke down. I think we stole the car because I've heard her and Stanley talking about her repenting about it. She never told me that. All she told me was that I was born in New Mexico. I don't know our original names. She changed our names when she got here. I don't know my own name. Not my birth name, anyway.
Corey's not your name?
No. Jones either. I mean, it is now. It's the only name I've ever known. I've been Corey since I was 2. I don't even remember her calling me anything else. I've tried to remember, and I can't. She named me Corey because if my real dad ever came to look for us, he would get thrown off by the boy's name.
So, your mom's name isn't Betty Lou?
No. John told me our car broke down in Billings, Montana, and that's where she met Stanley's brother, who told us about Stanley. He was in his 60s then and had just lost his wife. He needed help around the house and the church, and my mom took the position. They never fell in love or anything, but we live with him. He treats my mom like a daughter. He's old and grumpy. He's a preacher. One of those
old-school strict ones. A lot of fire and brimstone? I don't know what that means, but it sounds right. Is he nice to you? I shrugged. He's Stanley. He's not nice, but he doesn't try to actively hurt me. That's not saying a lot for someone. That they're not actively hurting you. I feel like he could get a better score than that. I laughed. He could. He's not the best. I hate to say that because as far as I can tell, the Bible seems true and Jesus is amazing. But Stanley, there's not too much joy there. I don't know if he's the best choice as a preacher or a Christian leader. I feel like he could have just as easily been a principal of a school or, I don't know. I did homeschooling, so I guess he sort of was a principal. Aren't you curious about your name? I love the name Corey. And I'm not saying you should change it, but why don't you ask your mom about your story? You're grown. I don't think your real dad would still be looking for you, would he? I let out a laugh at his casual tone. My mom is scared to death that my dad is still looking for me. She has evidence that he's not even alive, and she's still freaked out. The storefront was a gigantic thing for us. For years, we just stayed in the house. She has a panic attack every day when I leave, and it's been over 2 decades since all that went down. Do you feel stuck? I am stuck, I said, smiling at him. Why do you say it like that? Because I am. My mom needs me. Stanley needs me. John thinks I'm the one who needs him, but he needs me. I've got 3 people and a few cats who rely on me to hold things together at home. They barely make it when I come back after 6 hours at the shop, much less a vacation. Who's John? You're not married, are you? No. He tried to talk me into it. He came to me when I turned 18. Who is he? He's Stanley's friend, even though he's young enough to be his grandson. He's the only young person who goes to Stanley's church. There's 22 members, and the rest of them besides John and my mom are all really old. You have to be able to take a trip if you want to, Owen said. I shifted to stare at him, and he gazed back at me like he was serious. That's not true. Not everybody can just do what they want in life. Yeah, but you can just run away if you want to. No one can make you stay anywhere. I tilted my head at him, realizing he was serious. I can't imagine having that sort of freedom, I said. He sat up, looking around like he might have to fight someone right that second. You can leave here anytime you want, Corey. You're a grown woman, and no one can make you stay. They certainly can't make you marry someone. I know they can't. If they could make me, they would have done it by now. I smiled. John is an okay guy. I could have worse fates than to marry a guy like him. He would help me with Stanley and my mom. He already does. Owen shrugged. Well, it sounds like you want to do it, he said. I'm not going to try to talk you out of something that you want. I didn't say I wanted it. Then you can leave, he said. I guess I can, I said. I never really even thought of it. In my mind, leaving Montana doesn't seem like an option. My mom would say it's a big enough step that we opened that retail space. That's as far as she'll go. I feel like anxiety about the store is what gave her back problems in the first place. Chapter 5. Owen and I sat on the rock and talked for quite a while after we ate. I told him the truth about my life, and he told me the truth about his. We were entirely opposite creatures, and we just stayed there and shared our stories and experiences, neither of us judging the other. He told me about the way his mother served a formal Thanksgiving and Christmas dinner every year, with a salad and dessert course and multiple forks. I told him about eating my mom's tortilla soup for holidays, because that was Stanley's favorite. We shared other stories, and I was amazed by how different our experiences were, yet how similar our personalities seemed to be. Thank you for this conversation, Owen. This has been amazing. Do you have to go? I have to go in like 5 minutes.
If I'm not at the shop soon, my mom will come looking for me." He took a deep breath, and I turned to look at him. His blue eyes were so captivating that I began to tear up as I stared into them. The sight of their beauty made my eyes sting.
"What about a vacation from here?"
he said. I laughed and looked away.
"I'll pay."
"What?" I said.
"I would buy you a trip to LA. We'll be out there filming the rest of this movie, and you could take a little trip and come see me. I stay in a big house, so you can stay there and have your own room and everything. I'll be in LA till October."
"I can actually tell that you're serious, and I
am serious."
"I know, and thank you, but I could never actually do that."
"Why not?"
he asked, straight-faced. I let out a sigh. "It would kill my mother. The worry alone. A trip sounds like a reasonable thing when you say it to me, but if I would go to her and say all of this, she would think I had lost my mind. All my mother's done my whole life was condition me to not trust men. It's barely Stanley and John who make the grade. She has a right to be paranoid. But no, she would flip out if she knew I was here with you right now." I stared at him after I spoke, and he gazed back at me. His expression was unreadable, and I had no idea what he was thinking. It seemed as though he started to say something and then he changed his mind and tilted his head at me, still staring.
"Do you want this life?"
he asked finally.
"Are they forcing you into this life, or do you want it?"
"What?" "I mean, it's not my first choice." My words came out sounding choppy, and I tried to think of what else to say. "Of course, I daydream about a different life. I told you I write stories. I have thoughts of leaving, but that doesn't mean that I'll ever get to. I do appreciate this day, though. It's been amazing to just sit here and get to know you for a while. It's like one of the scenes I would make up. This is even better, easier. You're such a cool guy."
"You're talking like you're never going to see me again,"
he said. "I mean, you've got Keanu in the movie, and I've got the Etsy store."
"So that's it? One breakfast? That's all I get?"
He leaned toward me. He was closer now. We had been sitting close to each other all along, but he was closer now. Goodness. His presence. He was so close to me that I could hardly breathe. Owen looked like a movie star. He was a movie star. None of this seemed real. He was staring at me from only inches away. I had shared with him all of the drama that happened early in my life. I had told him about my overbearing family, and yet here he was, staring at me like I was a normal person, like I was someone he was attracted to. Owen was so close that I could smell his body. I wasn't sure if it was cologne or deodorant. It was something light, but a certain scent was there, the smell of a man. I could hardly think straight. He was right next to me, and he was looking at me like something was about to happen. I had never been in a situation like this before. One where I was staring at a man and he was staring at me, and both of us seemed like we wanted to kiss each other.
"If you don't want me to, just say it. I'll leave you alone if you say you don't like me."
"It's not about liking you. I like you so much. If I let anything happen, then my heart might get involved. I was just trying to be smart."
"Please don't be smart,"
he said. Was he asking me to kiss him? I thought that was what we were both saying, but I couldn't trust myself in this moment when all I wanted to do was get closer and closer to him. I imagined him leaning in and kissing me, and I felt a physical sensation, warmth in my core. I smiled and looked away.
"Am I scaring you right now?"
His proximity left me breathless. His face was a foot from mine. I glanced back at him. No, I'm not scared. I would not use the word scared to describe what I'm feeling right now.
"I like you so much, Corey. I want to see you again.
I like you too, Owen. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. I don't even know my real name, let alone which fork to use at the dinner table.
I like you because of all those things and not in spite of them.
I smiled thoughtfully at him. You sure do know what to say to a girl, Owen Atkinson.
No, I don't. If I knew what to say, I would have said it already. If I knew the right words to say, I would be making plans to see you again. I would have already kissed you.
He was irresistible. I loved his candid personality. I was captivated by his presence, and his words were just too perfect. He had said point blank that he wanted to kiss me, and the anticipation was now more than I could handle. I don't know what to do, I said, shaking as I sat next to him.
About what?
He asked, sounding concerned. No, I mean, I just don't know what to do, period. I don't know how to kiss anyone. I've never done anything like this before. Owen let out a breath and closed his eyes for a second. I'm sorry, I said, pulling back and assuming I had ruined the moment.
No, don't move,
he said, speaking softly.
It's a perfect moment. This weather, this water, it's perfect. You're so beautiful, Corey. You're entirely different than anyone I've ever met. I only hesitated because it was a long time ago that I grew out of girls saying that it's their first kiss. That's no offense, it's just the truth. You're too beautiful for that statement to be real.
It's real. I've watched it in movies and imagined it, but it's so different being this close to someone who I took a shaky breath, staring at the light patches of facial hair that grew on Owen's jaw. I've never been this close to anyone. He stared at me, scanning my face.
I don't want you to be scared of me or regret this happening, he said. As much as I want to try to get close to you, I also don't want to do anything that's too much. I'd rather take it slow.
No, I would like you to, I said, my voice coming out soft and vulnerable.
You would like me to wait?
I wouldn't like you to wait. And within a second, his lips touched mine. He moved quickly, but he touched me with care and gentleness. I leaned into him, solidifying the contact. His mouth. It was soft and warm, and the taste of skin was better than I imagined it would be. The contact was gut-wrenching. I had read about kissing in books, but there were no words to describe the actual feeling of it. I absolutely ached with the desire to get closer to him, to have my lips touch more of his. He kissed me several times, light touches of his mouth to mine. I smiled when he pulled back after 3 or 4 of them.
Are you okay?
Yes. That was good. I pulled back a little, feeling overwhelmed. Thank you. Owen wiped his eyebrow.
I think I'm the one who... Thank you, Corey. Thank you for trusting me.
I do trust you. I don't know why, but I do.
You can trust me.
Thank you. I actually believed that was the truth. I could trust him. What he didn't mean was that I could trust him with my heart on any long-term basis. He was just passing through and I knew it. Is it weird for me to ask for a hug? I asked. I thought of what limited time I would have with Owen, and I decided to ask as soon as it crossed my mind.
A hug? Sure.
I'm sorry, I said, scooting closer to him on the rock.
Don't be sorry.
Our hips were touching now, and I shifted, turning so that I could get a good grasp around his body. I hugged him. I wrapped my arms around him and rested my head on his chest. He smelled nice. He felt nice. and masculinity was radiating off of him. But in that moment, I didn't even take it in. It just felt too good to hug someone. My mom was not a hugger, and neither was Stanley. John would have hugged me, obviously, but I knew it would give him the wrong impression, and I never wanted that. I didn't mind if Owen had the wrong impression. Maybe that made it the right impression. For a whole minute or two, I just enjoyed the feeling of being physically close to someone. My tank was always, and had always been empty in that regard, and I felt like I was being filled with some sort of needed energy as I sat there and embraced Owen. And then suddenly I felt something different. I don't know if I noticed his warmth or the muscles underneath the thin layer of shirt fabric, but something changed. I experienced a sudden, urgent feeling like I wanted to kiss him feverishly, like I wanted to get close enough to crawl inside of him. The shift in my own perspective scared me and caused me to pull away, sitting up. I regarded him with an overwhelmed smile. "Thank you," I said. "That was a good hug." I said the first thing that came to my mind because at that moment I felt like I could come undone.
That was a good hug. I know you're about to have to go, but can I please see you again?
"I don't know," I said. "I need to get home and see what I feel like, how much of this I can handle. You're used to this kind of thing with women, but I have no experience. This is crazy for me. Like just now, I was just enjoying a hug and then my body started to melt. This is just all stuff I've never felt before. You're too advanced."
Corey, I don't know what to say. I'm not advanced. You're mistaken. I'm not used to this at all. I'll tell you right now, I'm not used to this feeling I have with you. I know you've got a lot to think about, and I'm not trying to talk you into anything, but just know that I have no more experience with these feelings than you do.
Chapter 6. Owen had told me that he had no more experience with these feelings than I did. That felt like it meant something. I couldn't help but feel like I had established something real with him. All day, while I was working, I recalled and recounted bits of our conversation on the creek. I could clearly remember what it felt like when he kissed me. I knew what it felt like to have his arms wrapped securely around me. It had been like a dream, but I could clearly recall the feeling of it. I remembered so many details in between my work that time passed in a blur. It was 2 p.m., and I was still at the store when I got a text from Owen. "Owen,
How has your day been?
we've been busy. I would have texted sooner, but we're filming out of range. I would love to see you again. Can I? This is Owen." I smiled as I responded to him. "Me. Hello, Owen. My day has been great. I've been productive." I sent it, and then I regretted saying something so vague and businesslike. I quickly typed another one. "Me. It would be fun to try to picnic again before you leave." Owen. "I am up for it whenever. My character could benefit from a little sleep deprivation, so late nights or early mornings would work for me pretty much any day." My heart was full of happiness as I read the text. He wanted to see me again, and excitement bloomed inside of me at the thought of it. In those seconds, as I sat on my work stool, I imagined flashes of a story, a future, one where I got to know Owen and we fell in love. The hope was too much of a temptation. Part of me thought he was there to rescue me, that God had sent him there to rescue me from my life. But I knew I couldn't leave my mother. I knew there would be no permanent solution for me leaving Montana. God was giving me a temporary adventure, a scene from my journal. He provided me the perfect man for a brief encounter. I wasn't just blindly trusting him because he was gorgeous and wonderful. I knew for a fact that he could be trusted because he had too much to lose with his career. This friendship was a temporary thing for both of us. I would get to know Owen for a brief moment of my life. I was thankful for this experience. I wasn't sure how many times I would allow myself to see him, but I knew I had to see him at least once more. I typed a text. Me. What time in the evening? Owen. Tonight? Me. Tomorrow, maybe? I was wondering about the time. Owen. If it's not tonight or tomorrow, it'll have to be Sunday. Saturday is out. We're traveling that day. I'll be done by 9 p.m. tonight and tomorrow. Me. Let me think about it for a minute. I have to figure out when and how I can sneak away. Morning might be easier. We may have to do it next week. Owen. You make the call and let me know. I was reading that text and regretting trying to change it to next week when another text came through. Owen. I had so much fun today, Corey. I loved it. My smile broadened when I read the words. Me. Me too. I'm trying to think of a time I can get away this week. Maybe tomorrow morning, or if not, next Monday morning. Owen. It's whatever you decide. Tomorrow is great, but just let me know. I'll meet you whenever you can. Me. Thank you, Owen. Owen. I'm about to be out of service range for a few hours. Text me and let me know what you decide. Me. I will. I put a heart emoji after the text, hit send, and put my phone down. I knew I was going to decide to see him tomorrow. I wanted to give myself a minute to think about it and not agree right away. But Owen seemed like he wanted to see me as soon as possible, and I definitely felt the same way. I almost agreed to go to him tonight, but there was just no way I could get away without coming up with a gigantic explanation for my mom and Stanley. It was already going to be an issue for me to try to meet him in the morning. I spent the next couple of hours working and thinking about it. I contemplated what I could say to my mom and Stanley to explain my sudden urge to go hiking in the morning again. I was sitting at my workbench, attaching clasps and rings to brass chains, when I heard the door open at the store. My initial thought was that it was Owen. I had been thinking about him all day, and my mind went to him when I heard the door. It was not Owen, however. It was my mother. "Hey, Mom, what are you doing here?" I asked, coming around the corner to find her in the doorway of the store. I smiled at her, looking behind her and half expecting to see John. "How did you get here?" "I drove." "Why? I thought it hurt your back to drive. Is your back doing better?" "No, it's not. It hurt, actually, to make the drive." Her expression was intense, like she was angry. "Why did you do it?" I asked, my smile falling now that I realized she wasn't here for fun. "Is everything okay? Are you texting someone with a phone number in Memphis, Tennessee?" Her question was so point blank that I panicked. "Yes," I said, knowing better than to lie. Stanley got alerted about the texting. "He's worried sick. We've been arguing about it for the last 2 hours. He told me to call the phone company and try to get a record of the conversation." My heart stopped when she said that because I had texted so many things. "You could have just called me," I said. "It's no big deal. It was a customer." "Stanley told me to go ahead and get you and bring you on home. Make sure you come home with me." "What's that supposed to mean?" I said. "We're leaving. Stanley wants to talk to you about the texting, and we agree that we should just break the lease for this place. This was a bad decision. We made more money when we were selling out of the house. The overhead is ridiculous. Why are you upset?" "Because I've been fighting with Stanley about this, and you're not letting me in on your life, Corey. I had no idea this was going on. Stanley said it's not the first time you texted that number. You're up early, going on hikes, and now you're talking to someone from Memphis." "It was a customer," I said, since Owen was a customer. "How would a customer get your personal phone number? He came in the store and I gave it to him." "So it's a man?" I could see the panic and fear in her eyes when she asked. She shook her head when I didn't answer her question right away. "Stanley doesn't know that, but I knew it was a man. How does he have your phone number, Corey? That's not safe. How does Stanley know who I'm texting? I asked, feeling frustrated and defensive. He doesn't, and he'd be livid if he did. Why did you give a customer your personal phone number? You didn't answer me, Mom. Why are you guys looking at every text I write? To protect you, Corey. What's even my real name? I said, crossing my arms. I stood and regarded my mother. What? She asked, spitting out the word and glaring at me. She peered at me as if I should be ashamed of ever asking such a thing. What name did I have when I was born? I'm curious. I should be able to know. This is exactly what I was afraid of. You start texting strangers, and now you get things in your mind and start to bring all of this past up. This is nothing but lies from the enemy, trying to disrupt our peace. She winced and grabbed her back, reaching for the wall and steadying herself. She braced herself and flinched like she was in pain. Dios mío, I knew this storefront was a bad idea. You don't have to tell me what my name was. But it's not this big of a deal for me to ask. It also wasn't a bad idea to have the store. Even if we don't open it, I'm glad we tried it. Nothing is hurt. We need to close. Not just for the day, but for good. You need to come on home. It's already been too much today. What do you mean it's been too much, Mom? The texting, Corey! You've got to answer for that. Stanley was a nervous wreck. He said there were other texts to that same number before today. What would you be talking to a customer about for that length of time? It was that big order. The one with the gold pieces. I told you about that. I ran the credit card. She grabbed her back, flinching again. Listen, Corey, I love you, and I'll do whatever I can to keep you out of trouble. You need a reality check. You're a beautiful young lady, and men, when they see you, they want to... Just think about John. And what a good man he is. He has been with you all this time and has never pressured you to do anything. John's a good, patient man, Corey. Mom, I know. But you don't have to freak out. I talked to a customer, and that's it. It's not it, Corey. I can tell you're lying to me right now. Stanley can get access to your texts. He'll know if you're lying to us. We prayed about it a lot today. We fought and prayed and really brought this to the Lord, and we both think it's best for us to close this store. That's why I drove here. You need to come on home. John's out guiding a group, but he'll help us get your workbench and all this other stuff back to the house later. Mom, slow down. Just let's go, Corey. My back's killing me, and we need to get back to the house. We spent our whole life making sure that John would never lay a hand on you, and you're trying to start giving your personal information to the first man who walks into the store. It's like you're 13. I hope you can see this is for your own good. I felt embarrassed and angry. I thought I had privacy on my own telephone. It was violating to find out that I had been spied on. I went from having one of the best days of my life to one of the worst. I felt a lump in my throat, and I swallowed against the bitter taste of embarrassment and regret. She was flustered and in pain, and she was making it obvious that I was the cause of it. She snapped twice, loudly, holding out her hand between us. I blinked at her scowling face. The whole moment I felt like I was a baby. "What?" I asked, glancing at her hand. "Your phone," she said impassively. "What about it?" I said, feeling like I wanted to cry at the thought of her reading my texts to Owen. "Give it to me," she said. Her tone was angry. She spoke through gritted teeth. My eyes filled with tears. "Mom, why are you crying? Are you afraid of what I'll find? What are you doing? Just hand me the phone." I handed her the phone because what else was I going to do? Fight my mother? She took it from me and instantly turned, walking to the back of the store like she was on a mission. "What are you doing?" "Taking care of it," she said. I hesitated, but then I followed her. I was a few steps behind her, and by the time I got into the bathroom, my mom was standing in the middle of the open floor with her hands raised. "What happened?" Where's my phone? Did you throw it in the trash? There was a nearby trash can, and she was suspiciously close to it. Yes. I leaned over and looked into the small trash can that was near the sink. There was some paper towels in it, but no phone. I considered that she might have buried it underneath the paper towels, and I reached down and gave them a shift. Mom, what are you doing? Where is it? It's not in there, Corey. We'll get you a new one. Stanley said yours needed updating anyway. It's not good for someone to have your phone number. We'll get you a new one. I hope you did not tell that guy where we lived. I can't believe you were talking to a man. Stanley's worried sick and so am I. That was a horrible decision, Corey. He could be a murderer. You could have gotten us all killed. Mom, I'm 23 years old. I'm a grown woman. Sometime you're going to have to let me... Where is my phone? I asked, looking around. It's at the bottom of the toilet where it belongs. I went to the toilet instantly. The seat was up, and I leaned in and looked into the empty bowl. I felt enraged, expecting to see it at the bottom. But there was nothing there. No, it's not. What's wrong with you? I'm your daughter. It's in the tank, my mom said. She had never done anything like this before, so I was shocked. Perhaps if I had moved faster, I could have saved my phone, but I was so perplexed by the whole thing that I took my time taking off the cover of the tank and looking inside the back of the toilet. Sure enough, there was my phone, at the bottom of the tank, below all of those water-stained mechanisms. Why did you do this? I said, looking at her with a confused and disappointed expression. Why did you do it? You put yourself and us in a lot of danger, Corey. Chapter 7. Owen Atkinson. Owen had never been ghosted by a woman. He had a few relationships over the years, but he had never tried to pursue a woman and had the feelings not reciprocated. It was a hard pill to swallow, especially because the woman who had blown him off was someone he liked so much. The time he spent with Corey had felt special to him. He listened to her and she listened to him, and he thought they had connected and built trust. He felt like they felt something for each other. She had shared a lot with him about her life. And now this. He made it clear that he wanted to see her again. He went out of his way to make himself available, and she had ghosted him. They were supposed to get together in the morning on Friday, and here it was Friday afternoon, and he hadn't heard a thing from her. He had tried to text her twice with no answer. Owen probably should have let it go, but he couldn't. He kept thinking about her. They had connected, and he knew it. He felt like he wanted to help her, to get her out of there and take her to travel the world. Owen didn't tell Paul or any of the crew what he was doing. He said he was going for a drive, and he borrowed a car and drove to Phillipsburg that Friday afternoon to see if Corey was at the jewelry shop. He wanted it to be during normal opening hours, so he left the set as soon as the director was finished with him for the day. He borrowed one of the rented vehicles, a small SUV, and took off by himself to Phillipsburg. It was 3 p.m. when he parked on the street and made his way into the jewelry store. He saw that the lights were on, and he walked inside.
Hello? Corey?
Here. It was a woman's voice, and he thought that it was Corey, but he started to doubt it as he walked into the store. He thought she would have come from around the corner by now.
Corey?
Owen came a few steps further and peered around some boxes, and he found himself staring down the barrel of a gun. It was a gigantic 2-barrel shotgun, and the woman standing at the other end of it was fierce-looking and upset, seeming like she would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Owen was startled, and he stepped back, halfway out of her sight. "Don't you move!" she called, stepping toward him. He paused, keeping an eye on her.
I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I'm just a customer of this store.
I don't really care what you're a customer of. You were calling my daughter's name when you came in here. You've been communicating with my daughter on her phone.
Yes, I have. I'm actually... That's why I'm here, is because I am, could you possibly put the gun down? I'm not going to hurt anyone, and I don't want to get hurt.
She didn't put it down. I need to make something very clear to you, young man. She paused and glanced out of the window for a brief second before looking at Owen again with a satisfied smile. Owen turned just in time to see a big, burly man walking into the store. "We got him," she said to the man.
"We got him?"
Owen said, looking at her in confusion.
"Yeah, you need to be informed of something," the man said. "Corey Jones is not here for your enjoyment. She is not available as a woman you can talk to."
"My daughter is not available for any sort of relationship," the lady said, still holding the gun, pointing it at Owen in a jerky way to get his attention. "She never wants to see you again."
"Did she say that?"
Owen asked, feeling stunned.
"What did you say?"
the man asked in a hostile tone. He took a step closer to Owen. Owen should have felt threatened, but he didn't. He should have left right then. He should promise them that he would leave Corey alone and never contact her again. But he couldn't do that. He held out his hands and turned to face the man, to look him in the eyes. He knew it was John, and he was annoyed instantly, but he remained cool. He turned to glance at Betty and then at John again.
"Corey is an adult. Was it Corey who said she doesn't want to speak to me anymore? Is she here? Could she tell me that?"
Owen craned his neck, trying to see around the boxes. "Get out of here and don't come back," Betty said, yelling.
"You heard the lady. This is private property and we have the right to refuse service to anyone."
"The store is closed for business," Betty added. "It's about to be posted on the door. You can buy this same jewelry online."
"Where is Corey?" "She's not here," the man answered. "We've told you the store is closed and you're not welcome here. There's nothing else to say. It's time for you to leave these premises and not come back."
"It's time for you to be on your way," the woman added, nudging the gun at Owen. He began carefully backing toward the door. He had a kind smile and a winning personality, and it was honestly really rare for him to encounter people who didn't take to him right away. It was an odd feeling for him to encounter someone who was looking at him with a face of pure disgust, even though he had done nothing to deserve it.
"I do not want to hurt your daughter,"
Owen said, aching to talk some sense into the woman.
"I like her, and she likes me. I definitely would never want to."
Owen was about to say that he would never hurt Corey, but he heard the man interject, calling him an explicit name. The exclamation made Owen look his way, and that was when he felt a blow to his jaw. The man punched him in the face. It was a swift, short jab that he wasn't expecting. Owen was not braced for it, and his head snapped back. But he did not stumble. He stood up and squared up with the guy ready to fight. Owen had spent some time in the gym, and he had done some boxing. Plus, he was a great actor, so he pretended to be calm and collected, ready for a fight. He stared at the man. "Get out!" Betty yelled, cutting through the intense gaze that the men were locked in.
"You heard the lady with the gun," John said, smirking. "This is her place of business, and she said she wants you out of it."
Owen was speechless, even though he wanted to say 10 different things. He wanted to tackle the man, and he could barely stop himself from doing it. He was outnumbered, and they had a weapon. And even still, it took all his strength to slowly take a step toward the door. He felt like if he didn't do something now, he would never see Corey again. There was nothing he could do, though. Corey's mom stared at him from the other side of that gun, and she didn't flinch or move the weapon out of the way. She held it steady, trained on him the whole time he backed away. He had been hit in the mouth by that guy, and he tasted blood. It hadn't been a crushing blow, but his lip was swollen and bleeding. Owen's adrenaline was flowing, and he ached to fight. But there was a gun trained on him, and he actually thought she was scared enough to use it. Owen had never stared down the barrel of a gun before. He focused on the round barrels and gazed down into the darkness of them as he backed away. This was not okay. This was serious. Anyone with any common sense would run as far away from this situation as possible. At this point, they had no idea who he was, and it was better if he kept it that way. He needed to stay as far away from Corey and her family as possible. Owen knew these things. He was a smart guy who could appreciate objective facts. It would have been wise for him to leave this woman and her backwoods gun-toting family alone. But that was not going to happen. There was never a moment when it crossed his mind to give up on her. He knew they were keeping her from him. He left Phillipsburg, knowing he would go to the place where he had met Corey the morning before. He was shaken from the encounter with her mom and John. He drove for a little while in the wrong direction before stopping to watch and make sure he wasn't being followed. Owen wasn't normally paranoid, but nothing like this had ever happened to him before. So he stopped to make sure no one was behind him. He only waited for a minute. He gathered his thoughts, and then he went straight to the place in the woods where he met Corey before. He had the location saved to his phone, and he easily got back to it. It took him 35 minutes to get there, and his chest felt like it might crack in half when he saw Corey's truck. He was relieved and excited, and about a dozen other emotions all rolled into one. His heart was racing. He left the vehicle and took off down the trail to the creek. He saw her across the way and he whistled. She had already caught sight of him and was heading toward him. They took aim at each other and made their way through the woods. She was grinning like she was happy to see him, and he was relieved and thankful to see her smiling and doing well. He had been freaked out by her mom and had considered the possibility of never seeing her again. Thank goodness he was seeing her again. He ached to hold her. His heart yearned to protect her, to hold her, to take her away from this place. He had to hold back emotion as they approached each other. He did his best to remain stoic. "I lost my phone," she said, explaining with a shy smile when she got close enough to speak to him. "I was hoping maybe you would think to come here."
I went to the jewelry store first, and your mom was there. A guy, too.
"John."
Yes, John.
"Oh my gosh, you're hurt." She focused on his mouth, suddenly noticing that his lip was busted in one spot, on the side. Owen rubbed his lip with the back of his finger.
Your mom pulled a gun on me.
"Oh my gosh. I'm sorry."
She seemed like she would actually use it.
"She wouldn't," Corey said. "She was scared to death of you, I'm sure. I don't think she would ever use it. She wouldn't." "Was John there with her?"
Yes. That's where the lip came from."
"I'm so sorry." She came closer, studying his mouth. He was so relieved to see her that he didn't even care about his lip. "Is it going to mess with your work?"
I don't know how bad it is. I forgot to look at it. I'm sure makeup will do something.
She stared at his face and he stared at hers. She was perfect. He had never seen a face so perfectly rounded and pristine. He loved how she looked. There was no denying that, but he also felt more than that. He wanted to help her and protect her. He wanted to get her out of there. Even if he couldn't have her, he wanted to help her. But he wanted to have her. There was no denying that. She came with all sorts of trouble, and there was nothing Owen could do to stop himself from wanting her. Corey reached up and touched the side of his face, near the front of his ear, carefully avoiding his lip. "I am so sorry he did this to you." He nudged his chin at her.
How sorry are you?
Chapter 8. Corey Jones. "How sorry am I? Is that what you said?" I asked Owen, staring up at him. His chest rose and fell as he took a settling deep breath. My fingertips were no longer on his face, but he hadn't flinched when I had them there, and my whole body was tingling and warm.
Yes, It is what I said, and I have no idea why. I probably just wanted the end result for you to kiss me.
I smiled shyly at him. I don't have to be sorry for that to happen. Owen tentatively reached out and took me into his arms, pulling me gently into his embrace. He held on to me with a light grasp around my waist. My body was burning with sensation where he touched me. He was the most good-looking man I had ever seen. His lip was a little swollen on the side, and I hated that it happened. But it made him even more gorgeous. The combination of regret about my mom and John and my own attraction toward Owen was such an odd mix that I felt like I was in danger of swooning.
What happened to your phone?
My mom took it. I made a regretful face. It's only because she's scared of you.
I'm the one who's scared of her.
I know, it seems weird for me to say, but she doesn't mean any harm. At least I don't think. She's never tried to hurt anyone. We just have the guns for protection. I'm sorry about what John did to your mouth.
Do you ever want to leave here, Corey? Do you ever want to go away and live somewhere else?
I smiled. I want it in the back of my mind, but I never actually think about it. Leaving would be impossible without running away, and I would feel too guilty for that. Plus, I would have nothing. That truck I drive is Stanley's, and I wouldn't take any of my mother's jewelry stuff. I have thought about it, I said vaguely. What happened to you at the shop? What did they say?
Your mom pointed a gun at me and said that I should never come around you again. Then I think I tried to explain that I meant no harm. I don't know what I was saying, but anyway, the guy ended up punching me in the face. I would have fought him. I wanted to, but your mom was looking pretty serious with that gun.
I'm so sorry. She would never have done anything.
How do you not have freedom to talk to me? Isn't that too controlling?
Yes, it is. I guess I just never noticed it before because I've never had someone trying to get my phone number. Stanley knew I was texting you. That's why she came to get my phone. She's terrified of you. She said she's closing the shop.
Why is she terrified of me? I haven't done anything. I tried to explain that my intentions were good.
She's made it her life's work to keep me safe.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to hurt you.
I felt like he meant those words, and it made me not have the right words to say back.
Why don't you run away?
He urged quietly, while I was thinking. I gave him a smile. That is so much easier said than done.
No, it's not. Come with me.
I smiled. Don't offer that.
Why not? I mean it. Are you scared to be here with them?
No, not at all. That whole confrontation at the shop, that was to protect me. I'm not scared.
Are you okay with them trying to keep us apart?
His question took me by surprise. I mean, it's realistically only a few more days, I said. I figured another meeting or two. I can get away from them long enough to make that happen.
Why are you saying that?
He said in a pleading tone. My eyes snapped up to meet his, those striking blue eyes that left me breathless. I'm just being realistic, I said, speaking softly.
Reality is what you make it, he said. Why is it unrealistic to think we could be together?
I leaned into him, letting the side of my face gently rest on his chest. His scent. My goodness, my heart ached and my body ached. He smelled so nice. I thought neither of us expected that of this.
What does that even mean?
He said. It means that I thought neither of us thought this was going anywhere, realistically.
I thought this was going somewhere. I thought you thought this was going somewhere. I wouldn't waste my time coming out in the woods to just try to... I don't know what you were thinking, Corey, but I was not thinking this was temporary. I wasn't looking at it that way.
You're only here for 2 weeks, and then you leave for... You won't be around anymore. You don't live in Montana. He pushed me away far enough that he could focus on my face. He looked straight into my eyes.
Come with me, he said. Leave with me.
Owen,
What?
don't. You know that's not going to happen right now.
Why not?
I couldn't do that. I have a comfortable life here, and outside of it I have nothing. I would be starting over in a way I'm not ready for yet. I'm not saying I'll never be ready for it, but I have to think there would be lots of planning involved for something like that. I paused and sighed, trying to think of the right words to say to get across my emotions. I feel like making any sort of moves right now would be fast-forwarding. We're just getting to know each other, and we need time before... I don't know what I'm saying. You don't need this in your life. I feel like my mom has put us in a position where we can't get to know each other comfortably. He moved, taking me more fully into his arms, squeezing me.
I feel extremely comfortable right now.
Me too, I said, leaning into him. Let's just have this moment. I said it because I knew it was the truth, and I knew it was wise to make the most of every moment together.
How long can you be out here?
I shrugged. A while. I told Stanley I was going fishing. He knows I was upset with my mom about my phone.
If he can read our texts, then he's going to know about this place.
I had considered the notion of him reading the texts, but I didn't think about sending the address to this place. Maybe Owen was right, though. I felt suddenly afraid that they were going to come out here. I stared him in the eyes. "Get in your car and follow me," I said. "I know another place. Do you have time? Do you need to get back?"
No.
"Then follow me." I started walking quickly, almost jogging as we went back to our vehicles. I left that area, going the long way around to avoid running into my mom or John. My heart was pounding, and I had the distinct feeling that I was being chased. It was a horrible feeling, and I knew it wasn't a healthy situation. But it was difficult to know what to do next other than find a different spot. I drove to a place that was so far out in the woods we would never see anyone. I had never even been that far out. The creek wasn't as wide here, but it was still beautiful, and more importantly, my family would never find us. Owen parked next to me, and we got out. "I'm sorry," I said. "I should have thought about the texts. And I'm sorry about the drive to get over here. Are you still okay to hang out for a minute?"
Yeah, I'm good for longer than a minute. I'm done for the day.
"Can you drop a pin on your phone to where we are now? I think if we schedule any more meetings, this will be the right place." Owen took out his phone and pressed a few buttons. He held his phone at arm's length and glanced at it to find that it was reflecting us. He was taking a picture, and I smiled. He snapped a picture.
"Kiss me,"
he said. I turned to look at him, and our lips met. I was vaguely aware that he had taken another picture of us kissing. But there was no way for me to be certain because I fell down a complete vortex of love and desire when his lips touched mine. His kiss. Owen was hands down the most attractive man I had ever seen, even in movies. I basically turned to goo when he kissed me. He pressed his mouth to mine, smiling when he pulled back. He put his phone into his pocket.
"When do you want to meet again?"
he said. "Monday? Does that sound good? Monday morning early?"
"Yes, but that means we have to go 2 whole days without it,"
he said. "We can make it," I said, acting like I was unaffected, even though 2 days seemed like an eternity to me. "Barely." He smiled. "I have a blanket in the truck," I added. "It's not as nice out here as our other spot, but I can put down a blanket on that rock." We took a minute to find a spot in partial shade. We laid out the blanket. He stretched out on his back, and I sat next to him, looking down at him and posting onto one of my arms next to him for leverage. I mentioned his lip, and that led us to talk about his job and the idea of being an actor. He told me about different experiences he had on stage. Since childhood, he had been a part of a company of theater actors in Memphis. Those people were some of his best friends still to this day. I hadn't seen the movie that was based on the life of his friend, but he explained it to me. He sang for me. He didn't want to at first, but I talked him into it. This was a huge mistake because he was good. He was amazing, and it wasn't cheesy at all. He sang quietly, and I listened, fighting the urge to cry at how wonderful it was. He gave me chills. "Why do you stop?" I said, protesting when he finished.
"Because you looked away."
"Because I didn't expect it to be so good. It's making me want to cry." I had turned and was looking away from him, and he sat up and took hold of me, taking me into his arms. I took a deep breath and glanced at him, knowing my eyes were glossed over. He kissed me. He pulled me in and opened his mouth, kissing me deeply. "Oh gosh, I've never done that before," I whispered when he broke the kiss. He kissed me again, opening his mouth to me right when we made contact. I let my tongue slide against his for a glorious second, and then I pulled away, feeling like I had been scorched by a hot flame. "Was that right?" I whispered, causing him to smile.
"Oh my gosh, yes, it was really right. It was so right,"
he said. He kissed me again. For goodness sake, when he opened his mouth to me, Owen was an extremely good kisser. In those moments, everything else melted away, and all that existed was this moment in time. He held me and kissed me, and it was like nothing I had ever felt before. He pulled back after a few minutes. He stretched out on his back again, and I focused on his face, staring downward, feeling shy. He pulled me near and then reached up and tucked my hair behind my ear.
"Corey, I want you, okay? I don't want to go back to my life without you."
"I don't want to go back to my life without you either," I said, still feeling like none of this could be real. Chapter 9. We stayed in that spot in the woods for at least an hour, talking and kissing and getting to know each other by asking question after question. He asked me more questions about my childhood and home life, and I told him the truth, holding nothing back. We talked a lot, but we were both so attracted to each other that we kissed constantly, too. Our time together was full of teasing and fun and seemed to go by in about 3 seconds. I smiled more than I had ever smiled in my whole life. After a while, we moved the blanket to softer soil, and once we were there, I stretched out comfortably beside him, holding his hand, both of us looking upward. I had been on that blanket and touching him in some way for quite a while, and I still wasn't used to it. Even now my hand was touching his, and I was hyper-aware of it. I noticed the texture and feel of his fingers, and I felt waves of attraction and desire. I wanted Owen Atkinson to never leave my side.
"We're going to figure it out, okay?"
he said as if he was reading my mind. "I'm hoping you're talking about us. I hope you still want to try to... I was thinking about wishing I could... I don't know what I want. I just love being next to you." I snuggled next to him, and he leaned down, kissing my head and smelling my hair. I shifted to look at him. I knew what I was going to cause by doing that. He and I could barely look at each other without kissing. I leaned in and let my mouth touch his. We had kissed quite a few times, but there was still a jolt of electricity, like every time was the first time. His mouth was perfect. I desired him as much as someone I could never have. And yet here he was, kissing me, staring at me, touching me like he desired me too.
"Corey, I have never been like this with anyone. I've never felt so comfortable talking to another human."
"Me neither, Owen. Everything we're saying, I feel like I'm dreaming." I touched his arm with my fingertips. "It's like I made you up."
"You didn't. I'm real, and I want to take you from here. Run away with me."
I took a deep breath. As much as I don't want to go back to my normal life, I have to. You have a movie to finish, and I have to get back home before Stanley sends the hounds.
"Where do they think you're at right now?"
I told them I needed some time alone. It's late, though. I need to get back. You're still in Montana for 2 more weeks. We have time to figure things out. I know you're busy with work. I would want to be independent."
Why are you saying that? Why would you want to be independent?
What do you mean?
I mean, you don't have to be independent if you leave here. I could help you. I want you to run away with me, not just run away.
I took an unsteady breath. Owen, I don't even know what to... This is so unbelievable. I really need to take a second to think about... You need to take a second to think about it. We'll plan on meeting here on Monday. We can talk more about it then. I have to go for now, though. I don't want to bring any trouble on ourselves. It's getting dark.
We've been here a long time,
he said. Yeah, I need to go, I agreed, nodding. I stood up with a smile and then I reached down, offering him a hand to help him up.
Are we meeting at 7 on Monday?
He asked, once he got to his feet. Yes, right here. And also, when we leave here, I'll lead the way until we get to a fork in the road. I'll motion to you that you should take a left when I take a right. Plug in the address to your movie set once we do that. I picked up my blanket and shook it before beginning to fold it. It was a handful, so Owen stepped in and helped me. We didn't do a perfect job because we were distracted, but it was folded. We kissed again while we were standing there. He was quite a bit taller than me, and I had to look up to reach him. His mouth and his touch and the whole thing was bliss. Was it possible to love someone so soon? I have to go before it gets too late, I said, even though I didn't want to.
I know. I hate that I can't text you.
Me too. But I'll see you Monday. We walked to the car holding hands.
Oh my gosh, I just had the best idea. This is amazing. What if I get you a phone? I can have a phone delivered to me by Sunday, and then I can just give it to you when we meet Monday morning. Would you want a new phone? One that they can't track or take away from you? One they don't even know about?
Owen, I could never ask you to...
Do you want one? I'm doing it. If you want a phone, I'm buying you one. I would love to. I'm so glad I thought of that. And I would never track you or look at your stuff. It would be your phone. Can I just buy it for you?
I blinked at him.
Can I?
Yes. Please. I mean, thank you, Owen. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. We said goodbye, and I got in my car feeling like I was in a different reality. In the period of 2 days, my life had completely changed. I drove down the wooded road, smiling and thinking of everything. I smelled like the woods. I had been lying outside for hours. I reached down and sniffed the front of my shirt, hoping it smelled like Owen. It didn't. Maybe there was the faintest hint of him if I sniffed deep enough, but there wasn't much. The afternoon had been perfect. More than perfect. I parted ways with Owen at the fork in the road, and it took me 20 minutes to make it home. The whole time I drove, I remembered pieces of our conversation. Owen. He had sung a song for me. Not a whole song, but a piece of one. I could tell he was downplaying his talent, which made me even more attracted to him. Being drawn to his singing voice was something I hadn't expected. He was brilliant. I missed him already. I had been happiest when he was holding me, when I was safe and secure in his arms. I was still daydreaming about it when I pulled into my driveway. It was quiet. John's truck was there, but no one was outside waiting for me or anything like that. It seemed like a normal night, and I was thankful for that. I wished I was still with Owen, but at least I had Monday morning to look forward. I was in the middle of a thought when the earth came out from under me. I thought I stepped on solid ground, and the next thing I knew, I was falling, far down. I was off balance, and I had fallen to a sudden crumbling stop. I yelped at the pain I felt in my leg. A sudden, sharp, hot pain. I yelled again when I tried to stand up. I had fallen into a deep hole, and my ankle was... I yelled out in pain. My ankle was clearly broken. It was dangling at an odd angle, and the sight of it made me feel lightheaded. I yelled again, but my mom was already outside, coming over to me with a horrified look on her face. John and Stanley came out after her, and they began bickering and fighting with each other. My mom started speaking Spanish. I understood her to be praying. She stopped and yelled at Stanley and John the whole time. They frantically went back and forth about me needing medical care, and Mom seemed mad. I thought it was because they weren't moving fast enough to help me. I did my best to stay calm and not overact in spite of how angry and reactive my mother was. I was in a lot of pain, and it was honestly one big blur. They argued about what to do next. John wanted to drive me to Phillipsburg to the clinic, and my mom insisted that they needed to call for emergency paramedics. My mom won the argument, and paramedics arrived in a helicopter a little while later. They flew me to a hospital in Missoula, where I underwent a surgery to rejoin my fibula at the ankle. The doctors assured us that it was a clean break and thought that I would make a full recovery. By the time it was all said and done and the smoke cleared, I had spent the better part of 2 days in the hospital. I made it home Sunday afternoon, but I had been on pain meds, and Monday morning came and went before I even remembered my plans with Owen. He had been on my mind a lot, but I lost track of days in the medical stupor. I thought I had more time till our meeting. I somehow thought I could heal up enough to drive out there and hop out to meet him on crutches. But before I knew what was happening, it was Monday, and I woke up when it was already past the time when I should have met Owen. At least I thought that was happening. I couldn't focus on the clock. What time was I supposed to meet him? I tried to think about what day it was. In the back of my mind, I knew I had heard conversations about the day of the week. It was past Sunday. It was Monday. A helpless feeling washed over me when I realized I must be late. I thought of Owen being in the woods alone with a phone, and I began to cry angrily. "Oh, no. What's the matter, Corey? Are you okay? What's the matter? Do you need more pain medicine?" My mom crossed to my bedside. I didn't even know she was in there.
"Is it 10 o'clock in the morning?" I moaned. I wasn't able to get the words to come out of my mouth correctly.
Is it 10? Yes, she said.
"What day is it?"
I knew my voice was off. I could hear it. "Monday, Corey. Are you okay? Are you feeling pain?" "Oh, Lord Jesus, why are you crying? Are you in pain? Stanley!"
"No, don't just leave me alone," I cried.
My voice came out in a deeper tone than I wanted it to, and much quieter. It was heavy with emotion and exhaustion, and I felt like I was unable to wake up. I desperately wanted my mother to leave me alone. "Corey, don't."
"I want to be alone,"
I said, shaking my head. I usually didn't feel anger welling inside of me, but today was different. I was upset about missing our meeting, and I wondered when and how I was ever going to see Owen again.
"What's the matter?"
A man's voice said from the hall. I didn't even bother looking that way. "She's mad. That's what's the matter. She woke up crying. She's not being herself. It could be a reaction to her pain pills. Come in here."
"The doctor said it was safe for her to take 2 at the time," Stanley said. "That's what you've been giving her."
My mom went into the hall with him. I heard them retreat down the hall. I heard them move away from me. But they began talking again, and their voices were still audible. "What do doctors know? None of this should have ever happened. She's not acting like herself. I hate hearing her crying. I regret all of this, Stanley. It feels wrong."
"You need to calm down, Claudia."
Claudia was my mom's real name, and that got my attention. Stanley had only called her that a few times, and it was always when he thought I couldn't hear him. Neither of them thought I could hear them now, or he never would have said that. I wasn't even sure why I could still hear them. I was back in my bedroom, and they were... Where were they? I could clearly hear their voices in what sounded like the sink running. "Don't tell me to calm down. It's my daughter who's the little lost sheep in your story,"
I love her too,
Stanley said. Obviously not like I do, or you would have thought of a better way to do this. I got to the other side of the bed, closer to the door.
Sometimes things hurt, even when they're for our own good.
It was Stanley who said it. His voice was quiet and somber, and it sent chills down my spine. Chapter 10. I could put no weight at all on my right leg, but I got to the very edge of my bed, leaning on my left leg, bracing myself against the wall and listening to my family in the other room. I didn't care about pain at the moment. I could have sworn that Stanley said that I had been hurt for my own good, and it made me experience a whooshing sensation, a wave of fear and dread. If I had been hurt for my own good, then I had been intentionally hurt. I knew that was what my mother was implying. At least I thought it was. Everything was still hazy. I swallowed hard as I sat there, still trying to listen, focus, and understand. Stanley, you keep saying that story about the sheep is in the Bible, and I just can't find it. I've looked and looked, and I can't find it anywhere. I have never heard of a sheep breaking a sheep's leg. Google said it's false. The place you quoted says he leads me beside still waters into green pastures. It doesn't say anything about breaking the sheep's legs.
That's because you don't know anything about the Bible, Claudia.
Stanley didn't raise his voice, but he spoke with contempt, and my heart was absolutely pounding.
You and your feeble mind and your feeble thinking, you concentrate on the part of that chapter that makes you comfortable. Of course you want the green pastures and the still water all the time, but you're forgetting about the rod and the staff. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me, he said in a preacher's tone. What do you think a shepherd does with a rod? Do you think he walks with it like a cane because he has a bad back? No. It's for discipline and control. It's out of love that the shepherd breaks the sheep's leg. It makes him stay close and depend on that shepherd. It is the shepherd's duty to care for the sheep, and it is a known fact that a shepherd would have to break a sheep's leg if he kept wandering away from the flock. If it wanders, it will go astray. Breaking a leg is a type of pain that is short-term. It will save her from a lot of long-term pain.
I don't like her in pain like this, Stanley. She woke up crying.
That just shows your lack of faith, Claudia. That's what discipline is. Corey's gonna be fine,
I heard John say. I leaned back. I felt nauseous at the thought that they were all three here. They all knew about this. I swallowed against the urge to throw up. All three of them were in on some kind of plan to hurt me. The hole in the ground. It had been dug for me? Was I supposed to break my leg? The implications of all of it got a little lost in my dazed reality, but I knew something was very wrong. I felt instantly sick.
That guy who came into the store, he's a Hollywood guy. Some actor. They do some demented things in Hollywood. I mean, just to get famous, you have to be willing to sell your soul.
It was John who made this statement, and my blood felt hot with anger because he didn't know a single thing about Owen.
That girl would have turned tail and followed him if we didn't intervene, Stanley said. We know that by the fact that she lied about texting him and meeting him. We've saved her from herself. She would have gone off and gotten used up and then ended up homeless and on the street somewhere. You know she's attracted to bad men. It's because of your past. Look at yourself and the type of men you used to choose. That stuff is genetic, a generational curse.
I'm sorry, my mom said. Stanley started walking. I could hear his distinct footfall again, and I jumped, feeling frightened. It was at that moment that I had the realization that claiming to be a Christian didn't make you a nice person. All these years, I had Stanley on some kind of pedestal because he was a preacher. I thought he had inside access to God, that his interpretation of the Bible was right just because he told me it was right. But in recent years, I had realized that the words inside the Bible didn't always line up with Stanley and his choices. At that moment, I wanted to run from him. At this point in time, Stanley was no better than my father, the man my mother had run from all those years ago. He was telling my mom that he was trying to protect me from the bad guys, and he had become the bad guy. How was my mother in on this? How did she think it was okay? There were 3 of them in the living room, and I suddenly felt trapped, physically trapped. There was a clock by my bedside, and I glanced at it. It was after 10 a.m., and I desperately tried to figure out whether or not Owen would still be at our spot. He wouldn't. I was supposed to be there hours ago. And how would I get there anyway? My mind was swimming. I heard more walking and my mom's voice getting louder, and I hopped back into my spot on the bed. It took a few seconds, but before long I heard the door open. I pretended to sleep. This was my life, and all of a sudden I felt like I was in a movie, and not a good movie, but a scary one. I stirred, opening my eyes and seeing my mother coming to my bedside. She was wearing a caring, sweet, cautious smile, and I was horrified. But I acted like I knew nothing. I pretended to wake up restlessly. "Are you in pain?" she asked, whispering. "I brought medicine. You woke up in pain a minute ago."
"I'm not in pain. I don't need that." "And what did the doctor say? I remember talking to her, but I can't remember. How long do I have this on my foot? Is it 4 weeks? 6? How long am I keeping this cast? How fast am I done with this?"
A smile spread across her face.
"I didn't even know if you'd remember all that. They gave us so much information last night when we checked out. I didn't even think you were ready. I'm so glad you... Are you sure you don't want this?" she asked, holding out her hand with the medicine.
My mind was already so hazy that taking another pill was the last thing I was going to do.
"I'm not in pain. What did the doctor say? And where did that hole come from?"
"I stepped in a gigantic hole in the yard." She laughed.
"That's what we were saying. We were wondering what in the world caused that hole you stepped in. That was scary."
"You saw it. It was 2 feet deep."
No, she said, disagreeing with me. The word came out sheepishly and in about 3 syllables.
"Yes, it was. I broke my leg stepping in it. I want to go out to the driveway and see what's out there. In fact, I want to go for a drive." She laughed.
"Corey, slow down, sweetheart. I am so happy you feel good enough to even talk like this. But it's going to be a while before you drive anywhere."
"Why?" She smiled.
"Because it's your right foot. How are you going to press the gas pedal?"
I stared at her. She was smiling at me like she expected me to have a good attitude.
"I really am glad you want to get moving. John and I brought your workbench home and all of your supplies so you can work. We've got a lot of orders. That'll cure your boredom."
"It's not about being bored. I want to go somewhere. I want to get out of this room."
She looked at me with a confused expression.
"Where do you want to go?" "John's here. He can take you somewhere."
"Just never mind. I'll figure it out. I'm scared of being stir-crazy."
"You won't be, sweetheart. I have your TV all set up, and Stanley said you can get a few books on Amazon. He was so upset about what happened. He had John out in that driveway, filling all the holes."
My mom was nervous, and she was saying things that seemed incriminating now that I knew what was going on.
"Aw," I said,
pretending to think Stanley's gesture was nice. It was difficult to think straight, let alone smile in front of my mother after I had been betrayed.
"John's been amazing. He drove us home last night, and then he stayed on the couch. He was really worried about you. We all were."
"Thanks,"
I said, not knowing what else to say.
"Do you want me to tell him to come in here?"
"Oh, John? No.
No, thank you. I'm not really up for visitors."
"I thought you were ready to get in the car and drive,"
she said with a teasing smile.
"I just need a minute to sort things out."
"Well, here. Your medicine is on the nightstand. You need to take it before too long. I'll be right back with a bowl of oatmeal. You'll want to eat that and take it while there's still food on your stomach."
"Yes, ma'am."
She walked toward the door. I was feeling brave and I was mad, and I almost flippantly called her Claudia. She would know I had heard something, so I didn't do it. I chose to remain quiet. I could have told her that I had overheard everything and demanded that they let me go. But where was I going to go? How was I supposed to get anywhere, and where would I go? I had nothing. I had no choice but to stay. I would pretend I knew nothing. I wanted Owen, and I hated to let him down, but at this point, it was a strategic move to keep quiet and let myself heal and plan. My mind was overrun with thoughts of getting out of there. I heard my mom and John having a conversation in the hallway. He was asking about me like he was concerned. They were speaking loudly enough that I could hear them. He asked if he could come in the room, and she said that I was still waking up and that I hadn't even taken my pain pills. All of their care and concern sounded like clanging cymbals to me. I heard what I heard. They hurt me on purpose. Maybe they had been led astray by Stanley, and maybe they thought it was the right thing to do, but it was inexcusable. I was not a Bible scholar, but I knew enough about God to realize that this was wrong. It was humiliating to think that my mother could be so misled. For the entire day, I worked out my feelings. I had memories of things Stanley did that were not biblical at all. I knew I had to find a way out, and I also knew I had to be patient in doing so. I was prepared to wait long enough to heal my leg and get myself walking again before making a move. Chapter 11. Owen Atkinson. 3 days later. Owen stared out of the windshield from the passenger seat of Paul's truck. They were heading to Phillipsburg. It was dinner time on Thursday, and he was in the middle of a long week of shooting. He had just finished for the day, and Paul was kind enough to take him into town to talk to his wife. Owen glanced at Paul with a regretful expression as they drove.
"Do you mind if I take this call?"
"Not at all," Paul said, adjusting his posture and messing with his air conditioning vent, occupying himself to give Owen privacy. Owen put the phone to his ear.
"Hey, Shep. What's up?"
"What are you doing?" Shep asked.
"I'm on the road, headed to the nearest town over here. I've been out in the woods filming all day. I'm just getting service."
"I know. I tried to call you 3 times.
"Why? What's up?"
"Have you talked to Gina or anybody?"
"No. I have a message from her, but I haven't listened yet. Why?"
"She's pregnant."
"You're kidding. August is gonna be a dad?"
Owen asked, smiling at the thought of his friend. "Yes, and that's not all."
"What? Natalie, too?"
"How'd you know?"
"I didn't. I was just guessing. Are you serious? Am I right?"
"Yes," Shep said.
"You and August are both going to be dads?"
"Yes. They're supposed to be born a month apart."
"Who's due first?"
"Natalie and me. We're 3 months along. We didn't want to tell anybody. Then Gina called a little while ago to tell us, and so we told her about us."
"That's insane. By this time next year, you'll have a baby. Before I know it, I'm going to be watching them on stage at the Blackbird."
"What in the world is the matter with you?"
"What do you mean?"
"You said the right words like you're excited about my kid, but your voice sounds like a robot. Are you okay?"
"Yes. No, I am. And I'm happy for you guys. I'm with my buddy in a truck. I've been working all day, and I've got stuff on my mind now."
"What stuff?"
"Stuff you don't need to hear about with your good news. I really am excited for you guys. Do you know what the baby is yet? A boy or a girl?"
"Not yet. Natalie has an appointment this week. We know it's just one. It's not twins or anything."
"Are August and Gina having twins?"
"No, not that I know of. Tell me what's on your mind. What's up with you? Is the movie going okay?"
"Yeah. No, I really like the movie. We are still in Montana. We have another week or so here before going back to California. It's not the movie that's on my mind. It's a woman. Uh-oh, I knew it. I could hear it in your voice. Love zombie. Owen's checking out a lady. Who is she? Someone in the movie? A little Hollywood honey? No. Who is she? She's from here. I met her at She lives out in the woods, close to where I'm filming, but she has a jewelry store in this little town where we come get supplies. And you met her at the jewelry store? Yes, I'm headed back to that town now, even though the jewelry store is closed. My buddy Paul, his wife owns a salon, and I'm hoping she can get me some more information. She kinda disappeared. The woman you like disappeared? Shep asked. Yes, it's sketchy. She lives out in the woods and her parents are really strict. We were supposed to meet each other on Monday, but she didn't show up. She and her mom live with this old man who's really weird. I think they might be preventing her from seeing me. How old is she, Owen? That's not the issue. She's grown. That is sketchy. Don't do it. I have to. I love her, he said, not caring that Paul was in the truck. You love her? How long have you known her? Says the guy who went all over New York City looking for his wife. Wow, you love her that much? I think I do. I haven't talked to her in days. It's been almost a week. We had plans to see each other again, and then she fell off the face of the earth. Something is up. Something's wrong. Her mom pointed a gun at me just for going by there trying to talk to her. I would go over to her house, but it's somewhere back behind this old, run-down church, and it's honestly freaky. The preacher is this old guy, and they live with him. I left like 3 messages at that church, and he called me back and told me to leave Corey alone. That she didn't want to talk to me, which I don't believe. I can't see how she lived with him all this time. Don't, Owen, stop. Don't do this. I feel like, as a friend, I need to stop you from pursuing this. Just hearing what you're saying, I feel like you should chill on this girl. Pay attention to work. Don't get caught up in something like that. You could seriously be in danger. These people might be violent. I know we joke with you about being born with a silver spoon, but seriously, you're not used to criminal activity. You're a city boy. We don't need a true crime situation on our hands.
Owen glanced at Paul, wondering if he could hear Shep. He had a sneaking suspicion that Shep was right, that there was something about Stanley that he should be wary of.
I'm with a guy who can help me out. Paul's wife knows somebody who knows their family. I'm going over to her salon to see if she can help me. All I want is to hear it from Corey that she doesn't want to see me. The girl's name is Corey? Yes, Owen said. But don't repeat any of this to our friends. Owen, that request right there makes me think you're about to do something stupid. I'm not. I've got Paul with me. Are you carrying a gun? No, but Paul is. Is your director okay with all this? No, definitely not, Owen said with a little laugh. This whole thing just snuck up on me. I would have never imagined myself in this situation. I'm talking to Paul and his wife in a minute, and if I can't get answers, I might get the cops involved. Oh my gosh, Owen, be careful. I will, I promise. And this phone call isn't even meant to be about me. Sorry, I can't believe you're going to be a dad. I'm pumped, dude. Thanks, man, I know. August, too. That is unbelievable. Congratulations to both of you. You should call him. He would be excited to tell you the news. I will. Later tonight once I get this all figured out. All right, bro. Be careful out there. I don't want any calls from your parents. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I'm just saying, make sure you have backup. Don't go out in the woods and confront some dude alone. I won't, I promise. I'll be smart. Okay, I'll talk to you soon.
The two hung up, and Owen took a second to gather his thoughts.
I don't think it'll come to getting the police involved,
Paul said, reassuring him. Owen had already told Paul his worries about Corey Jones and her mother before Shep called. Paul knew that Owen was worried about the girl. It was the reason for their whole errand.
Stanley's been out there for 30 or 40 years. We've never known there to be any trouble. I'm counting on there being no trouble. I already had to sit through an hour of makeup to cover what that guy, John, did to my mouth the first time we met. We'll get to the bottom of it, Paul said. He was a smart, soft-spoken person with the body of a bear-like mountain man. Owen knew people around here respected Paul, and he was glad he had such a man on his side.
Well, look what the cat drug in. What are you two doing here? Paul's wife Ellen was in the salon alone. She was cleaning her station, and she looked up at them with the broom in one hand and a dustpan in the other.
Are you finished?
Paul asked. 2 more, she said. My next one is Jaden Thompson. Just a haircut. He'll be here in 10 minutes. You wouldn't recognize him. He's gotten so tall. What are you two doing in town?
I asked Paul to bring me here to talk to you about Corey Jones.
Oh, the jewelry girl?
Yeah. I wondered if you had seen her at all in the last few days.
No, but that's not saying much. I've been busy in here. We have a wedding next weekend, and we've had a whole bridal party in here, planning their hairstyles. I've hardly gone outside in the last 2 days.
Do you think you can put me in touch with that guy John? Would he be at her house? I might want to drive out to that place. Do you know if Corey lives next to the church?
She lives on Stanley's property as far as I know. It's way out there in the middle of nowhere. No one I know even knows her, besides John. I can definitely get John's number for you, though.
Would you mind calling him from your phone and putting it on speaker?
Right now? Sure. She was excited about Paul working with the movie producers, and she was always happy and starstruck to see Owen. Do you want me just to let you call from my number?
I think it would be good if you ask about her. I'll just stand here and listen if you don't mind.
What do you want me to ask?
Say that you've noticed they closed the store. Maybe pretend that you wanted to buy some jewelry. You could act concerned about Corey, ask why she hasn't been at the store. Say you had her number and you tried to call her.
Ellen nodded. She was able to get John's number pretty quickly, and she wasted no time pressing the buttons to call him. It rang on the speaker. It rang 3 times before he picked up.
Hello?
John said. Paul's wife cleared her throat. Hello, John. This is Ellen Hardy, Paul's wife. I work with Jennifer Rosen.
Oh, okay,
he said. Hey, Betty Lou's, that jewelry store? We work a few doors down from it, and I was... She paused and stared at Owen with wide eyes, fumbling, not knowing what to say. He gestured with his hand calmly as if telling her to continue speaking, and she did. I was wondering what happened to that jewelry store. I tried to buy something. I wanted to talk to the girl who works there, Corey. Do you know how I can get in touch with her? Ellen gained confidence as she spoke because Owen was nodding, encouraging her that she was on the right track. Chapter 12. Owen. Ellen spoke to John Coleman on the phone, and it was on speakerphone, so Owen and Paul could hear everything he said on the other end.
They're closing that shop,
John said.
You can just order their jewelry online. They're shipping from their house.
Owen gestured with his hand to his ear in the shape of a phone, and Ellen said, Is there any way I could talk to Corey? Can I call her? Owen nodded, encouraging her.
Yeah, she's actually between phones right now. I think she lost hers. I could give your number to her mom. She's the owner. John, hey, this is Paul. Hey, I'm here with my wife, and she was worried about that young lady. We were just talking about it. She had already paid for a piece of jewelry, and the girl at the store didn't deliver it earlier this week when she promised. Oh? She ordered something? Yeah. And Ellen said she had been trustworthy in the past. She promised to deliver that necklace days ago. Ellen just wanted to make sure something didn't happen to her.
Ellen and Paul both looked at each other with wide eyes, disbelieving the fact that Owen could sound exactly like Paul. Paul hadn't said a word. That was Owen the whole time. Owen had been acting for years, and he was used to imitating people, and he kept his eyes trained away from their reactions so he could focus.
Yeah, Paul. She's hurt. I think maybe she sprained her foot. I'm not sure, but that's probably why she hadn't delivered your wife's necklace. I'll get a message to her mom about it and tell her to call you. Okay. I would appreciate it since it was a birthday gift,
Owen said, pretending to be Paul again even though he wanted to jump through the phone. He didn't like this guy, John. He could tell he was hiding something. He thanked him in spite of his own feelings and hung up the phone. He stared at Paul, who was smiling and still unable to believe the impression. You sounded just like him, Ellen said.
That was great. But isn't Corey going to tell John I didn't order a necklace? I'm not worried about that. I don't think John's actually going to tell her about the necklace. I don't trust him. I think he's hiding something.
What do you think he's hiding? Ellen asked, looking interested. Just then, her next customer came in.
Do you mind going by their house with me for a minute?
Owen asked Paul as Ellen greeted the customer. You two go ahead. I'm going to take care of Jaden, and I have one more to do. I'll be here when you get back. The two gentlemen started to leave. Be careful, she called as they walked out. Paul started talking as soon as the door closed behind them.
If I remember right, that property out behind the church is posted. No trespassing. I've seen the signs. Does that mean you can't knock on someone's door? Yep.
Owen gave him a disbelieving look as they walked.
Seriously? We can't knock on their door, like a salesman? Do we need to have the cops with us to go out there? Probably. But I'm willing to try it. He's just an old man. Thank you, Paul.
They drove by the jewelry shop on their way out of town, but there was no sign of life. It took at least a half hour to make it to the church. Owen had been talking to Paul the whole time, responding to him, but he was on autopilot, thinking of her. He was worried about her. He thought of her being hurt. John had definitely alluded to her being hurt. Owen was completely preoccupied with it, but he went out of his way to be good company for Paul since Paul was doing so much for him. He would have gone alone, but he felt 100 times better with Paul by his side. They conversed during the whole drive. Paul was an outdoorsman, and they connected over fishing and wildlife. Owen had been exposed to the best in life. He had taken regular ski trips growing up, and his family had $1 million cabin in the Smoky Mountains. Despite being busy with theater, Owen had spent a lot of time outdoors growing up. He pretended to not be concerned about what they might come up against with the preacher, but he got more and more concerned as they began to approach the property. He didn't have any real reason to be alarmed. The house was normal enough. Paul had to turn down a side road to access the driveway, so Owen hadn't been able to see the house when they first approached. He was actually kind of relieved once he did see it. He saw her truck in the driveway along with 2 others. The outside of the house could have been in better condition. It was being maintained to an acceptable level, but it needed work and it was old. There was a gate across the driveway. It was one of those chains that was about 3 feet off of the ground. Paul could have driven around it and gone through a ditch in the grass, but he stopped his truck like he planned to get out.
It's posted in about 5 different places for us to keep out. I'm willing to get out and walk to the door, but I don't think we should drive around this gate. I think that's just asking for trouble. Yeah, I know. I assumed I would walk from here. Are you sure you don't mind coming with me? No, I don't mind.
They stepped over the chain and started walking up the driveway. It was a white house with a small 3-step stoop in the front made out of red brick. There was a very small landing with an overhang at the front door, but on the side, there was another door, one that was under a carport. Owen noticed it when he saw movement under there. It was Corey's mother, and she came out of that door and moved quickly toward them, almost jogging. Her thick, dark hair was down, hanging over her shoulders. She moved with her arms stiffly by her sides. When she came out from behind the truck, Owen could clearly see that she was carrying a pistol.
Hey there, Ms. Jones. We don't want any trouble,
Paul said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender and calling out to her the instant they saw it.
We just came to talk to you and Stanley."
Her face turned to a mask of scorn, and she sternly put a finger over her mouth, telling them to be quiet. "Shh!" she scolded in a rough tone. She used that same finger to make a sweeping, pointing motion, urging them back the way they came. "Go on and get out of here," she said, speaking oddly quietly. It sounded like almost an empty yell. Her face was yelling, but the voice didn't match it.
"We just wanted to ask you about Corey,"
Owen yelled. He pretended to be dumb about it, but he was yelling specifically because she was being so quiet.
"Is Corey here?"
he continued, yelling louder. She angrily pointed the gun straight at him, still walking their way.
"Whoa,"
Paul said, stepping back with his hands raised. "I've already told this man to leave us alone," she warned, looking straight at Owen and whisper yelling. He wasn't scared of her. He probably should have been, but he wasn't.
"I just want to talk to her for 1 minute,"
Owen said reasonably in a lower tone. He stared her mother in the eyes, begging her to understand that he didn't want to hurt Corey. "My daughter is not coming out here for you or anyone else." Owen noticed more movement at the door that was under the carport. He glanced that way, hoping he would see Corey, but it was just an old man. He had on layers of clothing, with a robe. Owen knew it was Stanley. He could see him from a distance as he stood at the doorway, squinting at them. Owen focused on Betty again. She was a lot closer to them now, maybe only 20 feet away, pushing them back.
"We're not gonna come any closer. You can put the gun down,"
Paul said reasonably.
"I tried to call the church several times."
"My daughter doesn't want anything to do with you."
"That's fine. I just wanted to speak to her 1 time. That's all I wanted, to speak to her. I don't even need to come near her."
"There's no need for that," she said. "Just go on and leave us alone." The old man had come out of the doorway and was now standing at the back of the truck. Owen scanned the house, but there was no sign of Corey, other than her truck that was in the driveway.
"I'm not comfortable with this,"
Owen said to Paul. He wiped his mouth with his hand and mumbled it quietly where the woman didn't notice or hear him.
"I think he wanted to talk to your daughter about a jewelry order,"
Paul said.
"Is there any way she can talk to him about that?"
"Everything's online." That was all she said. She was stone-faced and not amused. She had the gun pointed slightly away from Owen now, but her posture was alert and she was still holding it like she was prepared to use it. Owen remembered what Corey said about her not using it, though. She had seemed pretty certain. He considered rushing her. He could take her and that old man. That wasn't going to happen, though. It was too dangerous, and Owen had no way of knowing if she would pull the trigger. Paul took a deep breath, shaking his head and starting to turn around. He was relenting, and he thought Owen would follow him. Owen had no other choice. Chapter 13. Corey Jones. It had been 3 days since I had any sort of pain medicine, and in the last 2 days I woke up feeling alert and anxious to get my leg better. I threw myself into work. I had been given some physical therapy homework at the hospital, and I was following that religiously too. I could put no weight at all on my foot. It was in a cast, but even then, I couldn't put any weight on it. I had a pair of crutches, and I was learning to get around the house on those. Mostly, I stayed in my room. I had all my jewelry stuff spread out on the dresser as if it were a workbench. The last thing I wanted to do was talk to my mom, Stanley, or John. That was difficult because I depended on them for my basic needs. John brought us groceries, and my mom cooked meals for all of us. I could have left in the middle of the night and hobbled away from this place on crutches. Maybe a braver soul would have done so, but I wasn't that soul. I decided to quietly deal with the 3 of them and wait to make any moves after my ankle was functioning. I threw myself into jewelry. I was working on a piece now. It was a bracelet, and I was sanding it on the wheel. I turned off my machine and I could have sworn I heard my name being yelled. I put the bracelet down and closed my eyes, listening. I figured it was Stanley or John because it sounded like a man's voice. I listened closer, thinking vaguely that it had come from outside. I sat there for a minute and listened intently. Sometimes I could hear Stanley's television, but this sounded like my name. I gave it a few more seconds, but I couldn't hear anything. I took a sip of my water, still listening. I loved music, and a lot of times I had it playing as I worked, but at the moment my room was silent. I listened for another few seconds, thinking about Owen and wishing his was the voice I heard. I stood up and stretched, leaning on my dresser for support. The thought of Owen made me experience a feeling of longing. That hit me with enough force that I began moving, searching. I grabbed my crutches, which were leaning against the dresser, and I went to my window. My bedroom had a view of the woods, but if I stood at my window and looked out of the far left side of it, I could see into the front yard and that dirt road that ran in front of our house. I could even see a bit of the driveway. I could barely make it out, but it looked like there was a truck parked at the chain that crossed our driveway. I thought it might be one of the old-timers that went to the church, but I didn't recognize the truck. I assumed it would be one of them, or their children, dropping off food for Stanley. And then I stretched and craned my neck to the very edge of my window, and I saw him. I paused, not breathing or moving, as I watched Owen open the passenger's side of the truck. It wasn't a truck I recognized, so it took me a second to understand that. "Owen! Owen!" I banged on the window and yelled his name, but it was no use. He was too far away. He kept moving, holding the door handle and opening it. He was moving slowly, looking at the house, hesitating. "Owen!" I said again, trying to yell and disbelieving of how weak and ineffective my voice was. Panic began to course through my body as I watched helplessly. He moved around the passenger's door. He was leaving. I couldn't see who was driving the truck. I could only see the passenger's side. There was no time to think. I reacted by pure instinct. I knew from experience that my window didn't open. It had been painted shut ever since I had been living there. I couldn't open my window and call to him like a normal person. But I had to stop him from leaving. I had to make a lot of noise, and I had to make it fast. I only had a precious few seconds to react, and I went to action without thinking at all. I grabbed the nearest hard object, which was a small metal end table where I kept a fake plant. The plant may as well have been made of air with how I flung it to the side. I took the stand out from under it and stood in front of my window. I swung that table like a baseball bat. I had to put some weight on my foot to make it happen, but my quickness and the adrenaline made me feel no pain. A crash. Shattering. High-pitched clanging and shattering. That was the sound I heard when the plant stand hit the window. It was a dead hit square in the middle of the lower part of the window, and the crashing sound was instant. "Owen!" I was so overcome with adrenaline and emotion that the word came out weak. "Owen!" I tried again, not yelling as loud as I wanted to, but he had heard me. He had heard the crash, and he was now looking around, staring at the front of the house with great interest. My face morphed into an uncontrollable smile. "Owen!" I pulled that voice out of the pit of my stomach, yelling his name in a much louder tone. He started running. He was a long way off, and I laughed with excitement as I saw him coming my way. I saw it when he caught sight of me. I heard my mom yelling, but Owen didn't take his eyes off of me. I stood up and waved vigorously from inside the window, not daring to stick my hand out for fear of the shards of glass. Those seconds felt long. He came to me as quickly as he could, but the yard was large, and he had been far off. I could see him more clearly as he approached. He was such a man. His shaggy hair was hanging out of a ball cap, and I was in love. He had on jeans and hiking boots with a t-shirt. He moved toward me with a determined stride, not taking his eyes off of my window. "I'm so sorry I couldn't meet you the other day." My voice betrayed me again. I was trying to call to him, but I was breathless and shaken.
"Hang on, I'm coming,"
he yelled. "Be careful," I said, knowing there was glass below me. My window was situated a few feet off the ground and there was a shrub under it, but he came to stand as close as he could. I could not believe how handsome he was. I was not expecting to see him, and I had on unmatching pajamas. I had bare feet, no makeup, and greasy hair. But I didn't care about any of that. "I'm so sorry about Monday. I wanted to be there. I hope you didn't go there and wait for me. I would have gone, I promise."
I did go. Of course I went. I didn't know where you lived, or I would have come here sooner. We've been busy on set. I've been thinking about you.
"You have?"
Yes, Corey.
"Me too. I'm sorry about Monday. I broke my ankle."
I heard you... Wait, you broke it? Your ankle's broken?
He tried to look into my window.
Are you on crutches?
"Yes."
Your mom is out there with a gun.
"I'm so sorry. She's not going to use it. She wouldn't do that." I had no idea how I could say that with such confidence while I was standing there with a broken ankle. He looked over his shoulder again.
Paul's here with me. How did you hurt yourself?
"I fell," I said, feeling too embarrassed to tell the whole truth.
I'm sorry. Can you come out here and see me?
He was sincere and serious, and my heart wanted to melt. "Yes," I said breathlessly. "I'll come to the door." I turned and grabbed my crutches, heading out of my bedroom in an adrenaline-fueled whirl. My mother was in the house by the time I made it to the edge of the hallway. I could see her from across 2 rooms. She looked mad, and she was carrying a gun. "Don't you dare!" I said, yelling at her and pointing like my finger was its own gun. I had no problems finding my voice this time, and I glared straight at her with wild eyes like I was suddenly a crazed lunatic. Maybe I was. All I knew was that I had enough of her controlling this situation. There was nothing she was going to say or do in that moment to stop me from going outside to see Owen. I leaned on my crutch and pointed my finger straight at her. "I'm going out there to talk to my friend, and you are not going to stop me. I don't want to have to get the authorities involved about what you and Stanley have done to me." "Unintentionally," she pleaded.
Out of love,
Stanley said, coming up behind her. "I don't care what it's out of. I am going outside to talk to my friend, and neither of you are stopping me." I continued to glare at them with a crazed expression. It was an intense face. I had never stared at another human being like that before, so I knew it took them off guard. I could tell they were both a little scared. I didn't break the intensity, though. I continued to peer at them with scorn and warning as I hobbled closer to the door on my crutches. Neither of them followed me. They watched in shock from across the room. I opened the door and I saw Owen standing in the front yard. He didn't know what door I was going to emerge from, so he was standing in the middle, watching the front of the house. I glanced back at my mother with a calm but impassive stare before letting the door close behind me. Owen came up to me, and by the time I made it outside, he was only a few feet from the door. I came to the edge of the stoop, smiling at him. He smiled back, and I wanted to melt at the sight of him. I reached out, and I put a hand in his. His mouth, his smile, his teeth. He was the most beautiful man on the whole earth. His smile faded when his gaze fell on my foot.
What happened?
"I broke my ankle. I couldn't make it out to the—" I paused and looked over Owen's shoulder at Paul, who was approaching us from a distance.
Is everything okay?
He asked. Owen nodded.
Thank you, Paul. It's fine now,
he said. Paul started backing away, going back to the truck. I smiled at Owen again when he turned to me. I took an unsteady breath. I was about to ask him how the movie was going, but the whole moment was too intense for that.
"You're shaking,"
he said. I was most definitely shaking. I could feel myself doing it, and I couldn't stop. He came up the steps. I watched as he swiftly closed the space between us. He took my crutches and carefully balanced them against the post before taking me into his arms. I was shaking like a wild baby bird that fell from its nest. I shivered in his arms, and there was nothing I could do to stop myself. Owen wrapped his arms tightly around me, protecting me and holding me tightly. Within a minute of him squeezing me, I was able to stop shivering. I took a deep breath, relaxing into his solid embrace. "Thank you for coming here," I said. He held me for a few more seconds before pulling back.
"Can you leave with me?"
he asked. "When?"
"Now."
"And go where?"
"Away."
I stared up at the side of his face, whispering near his ear. "I would love to, but I'm not very portable at this moment. I think it's going to be 6 to 8 weeks.
"I'm talking about leaving in this truck with me right now and not coming back here."
I pulled back and stared at him. We were close to the front door, and he knew to be discreet, so he had spoken quietly when he said it.
"I mean it,"
he said, still whispering.
"Just leave with me right now and don't come back."
I stared, unblinking at first. But then I blinked, almost flinching at the thought of how helpless I felt with my leg. If I left now, it would be with almost nothing to my name. I knew I had access to a little over $1,000 in cash. I could have taken jewelry and left with it, but I wouldn't do that. $1,200 was my own money that I had managed to tuck away. I had already thought of running away, and I knew just where to find the cash. "I'm not able to get around with my leg like this."
"Your leg like what?"
he asked, smiling and pretending not to notice. He was an absolute heartthrob. "Owen, you have work and I have to heal up. Let me stay here for 6 weeks. I leaned up and whispered directly in his ear, "And then I can run away with you." His chest expanded with a big breath when I whispered to him. He found my ear and began to whisper back to me.
"Listen, I don't mean to put it like this, but my family is loaded. My mom's dad has 16 classic cars that are all sitting in an indoor garage. He has millions of dollars in cars alone. He has horses to ride and horses that race, and he has boats and a small plane. My parents have this gigantic house, and they're sad that I'm not at home anymore because it's too quiet around there. You can go there right now. My dad is a physical therapist. They'll put you up and you can heal your leg. Just move there for a little while. Get away from here."
"I can't move in with your parents," I whispered, even though I really wanted to.
"Why not?"
"Because they can't do that. They don't even know me."
"I know, but they know me. Come with me. You can heal up while I'm finishing this movie. I already thought about this before I even knew you were hurt. But now it's really perfect. My dad's a good therapist, and one of my best friends works at his clinic. They would love to help you out."
He paused long enough to pull back and look at me.
"Do you want to? Do you want to leave with me now? Would you do it? Is that something that even appeals to you?"
Yes, I said simply, trying not to start shaking again.
"Yes?"
"Yes," I said, nodding and reassuring him. He smiled at me like he was genuinely excited, and I felt like I could just die from sheer relief.
"I'm taking you with me right now," he said. "I'm making sure you understand that and want it."
I nodded. His blue eyes stared into mine, and my heart soared. He gestured to the door.
"Let's go inside and get your things."
Chapter 14. 3 weeks later. Memphis, Tennessee. So much had happened in the last few weeks. I moved to Memphis. I flew from Montana to Tennessee 2 days after that all went down with my mom. I would have left right away, but I stayed to get my personal records from my mother. I called her from Paul and Ellen's house, and I threatened to press charges if she didn't give me the records of my birth and the paperwork she had regarding changing my old name. She hadn't been very good at record keeping, but she did have a few things, and Paul went with me to the house to pick them up. As of now, everything was still in the tattered, oversized envelope. I didn't look at any of it, not even my original name. I had access to that information in those papers, but I hadn't looked at it yet. I knew where it was, and I told myself I would go through it all when I was ready. Paul and Ellen were amazing in Montana. They helped me by giving me rides and taking care of me before I left for Tennessee. I took some of my clothing and personal things from Stanley's, and I shipped them in boxes to Owen's parents' house before I ever left town. Paul drove me to the airport 2 days later, and I took a flight to Memphis. I didn't have much luggage. I checked one bag, and I didn't have to carry anything but a purse while I was traveling. Not a single soul knew the whole story regarding my mother and Stanley, and everything that had gone down with my leg. Paul and Ellen didn't even know, and they had helped me deal with my mom in Montana. I gave them very few details. I didn't even tell Owen. He was busy finishing the movie, and I didn't want to push that on him. And now that I was in Memphis, I found that I didn't want to tell Owen's parents. They were amazing, and I loved them too much to tell them the crazy truth. If I had told them, there was a definite possibility they would look at me differently. I had talked to Owen quite a bit over the phone. We had talked about personal things, and I hadn't shared the part about Stanley in the hole. I had been with the Atkinson family for 3 weeks now. I've gotten to know Charlie, Denise, and Caroline, and I had shared personal things with them, things about my childhood. They knew about my mom running away to Montana all those years ago, but I was just too embarrassed to tell anyone the whole story. Owen's dad had been amazing in helping me with physical therapy, and I felt stronger and stronger by the day. I had a doctor's appointment next week, and I would find out when I would get my cast off. Owen was always asking about my recovery. We spoke a lot, but I hadn't seen him since I left Montana. There were pictures of him all over the house, though, and his parents had shown me a ton of videos from his childhood. I watched his movies, too. I was out of my element and out of my league with this family. They were cultured and educated, and they had so much going on. I stayed quiet a lot when they were all together because I was just trying to take it all in. They had 2 big dogs who were older and lazy, and I made friends with them and spent time each day getting canine affection. It was therapeutic for me. It was currently Saturday night, and we had just eaten dinner together. Caroline was going out with some of her friends, and I didn't want to be in Charlie and Denise's way, so I excused myself after dinner. My room was a gorgeous guest suite on the first floor, and I was sitting on the edge of the bed with one of the dogs, Sunny, at my feet, when Denise knocked on my door. "Come in," I said, even though my door was cracked. I smiled at Owen's mom because she was already smiling broadly at me when she appeared in the doorway. I saw Owen in her facial features and in his dad's, too. I missed him. I thought of him when I saw her smile. She peeked in the door, and I gave her a wave, inviting her inside. Caroline was saying that you could go with her and her friends tonight if you wanted to. They're just going to see a movie, I think. You'd be fine on crutches. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. I'll probably wait until I can get around better, but that's sweet of her to ask. She really likes you. She said you told her you wanted to learn how to swim. She can't wait to teach you. She's such a good swimmer. You should see Owen. I mean no offense because Caroline is a great swimmer, but Owen did it competitively for a little while. That's what Caroline was saying. I don't know how you guys make time for everything you do. Sometimes I don't either, Denise said, smiling and shaking her head a little. She slowly meandered over to the bed where I was sitting. She sat on the edge of it with me, a couple of feet away, absent-mindedly straightening the comforter. Charlie was telling me about how much you're helping out at the clinic.
Oh, it's the least I could do. No, really, it's such a big help, and it's unbelievable timing with Addison being on maternity break. I'm happy to help out, I said. Charlie said you already have that scheduling software mastered. I'm trying, I said with a smile. Well, we're all so thankful. I know he's going to ask you about working full-time if that's something you'd be interested in. He loves having you around there. That's so nice. Thank you. It's food for thought. I know you worked with jewelry before. We actually know someone who owns a really nice jewelry store here in Memphis. I'm sure we could get you a job in there. But I know Charlie wants to hire you at the clinic. She reached out and patted me on the leg. I think he's planning on talking to you about it tomorrow after church. I wanted to give you the evening to sleep on it. Thank you, I said. That's amazing. That's really nice of him. Are you coming to church with us? She asked me that every Saturday, and every time I said the same thing. No, ma'am. You're more than welcome. It's a casual place. You don't have to wear a dress or anything. Oh, no, it's not that. I like dresses. It's just other reasons. Did you need me to go? I asked a question in a reluctant way because I did not want her to agree. Oh, I don't need you to. I was just thinking about what it could be that was stopping you. I was wondering if it was something you needed or wanted to talk about. She stared at me with such a genuine kindness and compassion that I felt compelled to share something with her. I found myself saying Stanley's name even though I certainly didn't plan on it. Stanley. The guy who I grew up with, the guy I considered to be like a father figure or really a grandpa figure, he was a preacher. I shrugged. I grew up with him quoting scripture, but it was really only the scripture that applied to some point he wanted to make. Looking back, there just wasn't a whole lot of joy with him. I just kind of associate church with this guy named Stanley, and that's not such a good thing. I'm sorry about that, she said, rubbing the side of my leg. I've had trouble with a few Christians over the years. There was a lady who used to come to our church, and she was just so rude that I quit going for a year one time just because I didn't want to see her. We're friends with other people who go there, and we didn't want to go somewhere else. But ultimately, I feel like that's just another tool of the enemy. Also, he did this to my leg. The enemy? Stanley. The accusation slipped out before I could stop it. I had not told a single soul, and I didn't plan on it. The words just spilled out of my mouth like it was no big deal at all. She turned, glancing at me with a serious expression like she couldn't have understood me correctly. What did you say? Stanley. He dug a hole. I don't know if he dug it or my mother dug it. There's also a guy named John. I don't know who dug the hole. It's horrible to even think that it could be my mother. Either way, she was in on it. In on what? Digging a hole so that I would step in it. She looked confused and tilted her head. I could tell that she was trying to understand. He said it was in the Bible, but it's not. He said it was common practice for a shepherd to... I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said any of this, I admitted, feeling horrified as the story went on. I'm really sorry. I'm not sure if I'm ready to talk about this stuff. She hugged me. I don't know what I was expecting her to do, but it wasn't that. She shifted and leaned in, wrapping her arms around me. I shifted that way and hugged her back. They said it was biblical for a shepherd to break a lamb's leg to keep it from going astray. Did they do this to you? Did they hurt you? Does Owen know that? Do you need to get the police involved? I don't need anything legally. My mom gave me the papers I was asking for. Is it something that happened a lot when you were growing up? Did they hurt you? No. I mean, there were control issues, but I never pushed the boundaries before. How did you push them now? Why did they do this? I did not want to say that it was because of Owen. They thought I was going astray, I said. They said they thought they were doing it for my own good. That's what's so messed up about it. Saying that made me realize how detestable it was. I felt embarrassed and I began to cry, which made her take me into her arms, holding me tightly. This made me cry even more. I sat there and cried for what must have been a full minute, and Denise Atkinson held me like she loved me. "It's so embarrassing," I said, getting myself together. "I haven't even told Owen. I'm horrified I told you." "Why are you embarrassed?" She said the words in a sweet, forgiving tone as she rubbed my back. "Because it probably makes you see me as a... They're the people who are supposed to love me. They're the only people I have in the world, and it's just embarrassing to say that they would even think about doing something like that to me. It makes me feel like I have no one. Obviously, I kind of do have no one. That's why I'm here. I came here, and you guys are just so nice to me. I'm just so thankful for however long I feel like an imposter here. I was somewhere that was more dysfunctional than I thought it was. I'm still kind of working my way through that." She continued to hold me. "You will work your way through it, and you're not an imposter. We're all imposters. We've all had to be adopted in some way. Definitely spiritually. We're all equally undeserving of God's goodness. I'm grafted into a family that I don't deserve. Owen, my son, cares about you, and therefore his father and I open our hearts to you. In a way, we adopt you. The Son of God did that for us on a much greater level. He not only vouched for us, he corrected our wrongs, made it so we're not imposters. I don't know whether or not Stanley is a real Christian. I don't know where your mom stands either, but I know we all have regrets in life. I am a Christian, and I'm not perfect. I'm far from it." She paused and continued to hug me, gently rubbing my back. "I'm so sorry that happened to you, sweetheart. I know it must seem impossible to think about forgiving them for such a thing right now, but that will come. Forgiveness is going to help. But oh, I'm so sorry. It hurts my heart to think of that." "Oh, I'm fine. I'm just thankful that you guys are helping me out so much. I don't expect Mr. Charlie to pay me for working at the clinic. It honestly is the least I could do for staying here. Oh, I'll tell you right now that Charlie's not going to let you continue to work for free. He's already got Susan in payroll, adding up the hours you've already been there. And as far as you staying in our home, you don't owe us anything for that. It's our pleasure. You're at the clinic with Charlie all day, and then you're so quiet in here when you get back. We hardly know you're here." I relaxed into her arms, feeling a peaceful wave of relief. I was relieved that she didn't mind me being at her house. I was relieved to have told someone the truth. I had built it up in my mind, and it seemed so unacceptable to say. But I had said it. And there she was, still holding me and caring about me. My mother was not a bad mom, but she never did hold me like this. Back on my birthday, Owen mailed me a package from Montana. It was when he had just met you. He wrote a note about this little bird necklace, how he had met the artist who designed it, and she did it when she was only 12 years old. He specified that you were older now, and that was all he said about you, no other details. It was a birthday package, and the note went on to write other things. But I knew. Somehow, I knew. I don't know if it was the Sparrow itself or the type of information he chose to include about you, but I knew the girl who made this bird would turn out to be someone special in our lives. I glanced at her, not knowing what to say. "Thank you," she added. "For what?" I asked, since I felt like I should be thanking her. "For being honest with me, for trusting me with the truth about your foot." "Did you say Owen doesn't know that part of it?" "No." She hugged me tighter. I expected her to respond. I expected her to either say that I should tell him or that I shouldn't tell him, but she didn't offer any advice on the matter. She just sat there and held me. I needed it. I didn't realize it, but I actually needed to be held. I had told her the truth, and her reaction was perfect. She accepted me, and she showed me that by holding me.
She had hugged me once or twice since I had been staying with them, but nothing like this.
It was amazing, and a godsend on such a level that I wound up telling her I would go to church with them the following day.
Chapter 15. Another 3 weeks later. Last week I went with Owen's family to a musical production. It was the Memphis Players, and they were performing Grease. I had seen the John Travolta version once on television, but never the stage production. I hadn't seen a play before, and I was overwhelmed by how much I loved watching it. I had seen video clips of Owen performing, but nothing live. I sat in the third row, and I was blown away. It was a show the Players had done together before, and they all loved it and had fond memories of performing it. Sasha lived in Nashville now, and Owen was away in California, but the rest of the group made time, even with their jobs, to perform in the show. Gina was in it in spite of being pregnant. They were a close-knit group, and Owen had kept everyone posted on the fact that I was in town and staying with his parents. He had given them my new number, and most of them had individually reached out to me. They were such a nice group of people. I was excited to meet them, and I went to a dress rehearsal in addition to the show. Owen couldn't make it. I kept thinking he would surprise us all and show up for the performance, but he didn't. He was busy with the movie, and we all understood. The musical was absolutely amazing, though, and it was an overwhelming experience meeting everyone. I wasn't sure what Owen had told them about me, or how much information they had about my childhood, but they were all so nice and welcoming that I knew he had told them that he liked me. I definitely got the impression that they thought I was involved romantically with Owen. Gina was the only one who had said something directly about it, and it was a passing comment that I acted like I didn't hear. I played it cool, but I wanted them all to assume Owen and I were together. We talked about everything on the phone. I ended up telling him about Stanley the same night I talked to his mom. He was protective of me, and he wanted to press charges against him, but I didn't want that. It had been 6 weeks, and no one from Montana was pursuing me. They could find me easily enough if they wanted to, and I hadn't heard from any of them. Part of me felt like my mom was misled in the situation and that I would want to work at reconciliation once Stanley died. But I needed some time to heal. It had only been 6 weeks since I had left Montana, but I felt like I had done a lot of that already. I didn't realize how badly I needed to find independence. That's why I was so happy that I earned my keep with the Atkinsons by working at their clinic. I wanted to make a difference there and to know in my heart that I could make it on my own at a regular job. The process was easier said than done with my leg in a boot, but today was the big day that I would lose it for good. I had been weaning myself off of it, and today was my final session of therapy with it. It went well, and I got the green light from the boss man to put the boot in the closet. Charlie Atkinson hugged me after our session. He still planned on working with me to continue my healing and get me back to 100%. He didn't hug me because we were saying goodbye. He was just proud that I could ditch the boot. He looked me in the eyes and gave me a long talk about my work ethic and how proud he was to see how I had healed so much physically and emotionally since I had been in Memphis. No one was around in the clinic when he said that to me, and I was glad because I teared up. I couldn't help it. I never had a good father figure, and the whole thing felt unexpectedly emotional for me. He hugged me again, and then he made a light-hearted comment about how impressed he was that I had graduated broken ankle school with flying colors. He thanked me for everything I had been doing around the clinic, and I thanked him profusely for the job and the living situation. We worked it out a couple of weeks ago, and I moved out of the house and into an apartment that was on their property, attached to a garage. I signed a year lease on it for way too little money. I had my own kitchen and washer and dryer, and I didn't feel like I was invading their privacy at all. They took money out of my paycheck for it, but not enough. This whole situation was such a gift. The only thing that would have made it better was if Owen had been in Memphis with me. He and I had gotten even closer lately. I had been able to talk to him on the phone every day.
I was so grateful and indebted to him that he had this special place in my heart. Plus, I just loved him. I loved his personality. I loved his looks, talent, and drive. I loved his positive outlook on life, and I loved his persistence and decisiveness. And now I had grown to love his family and friends. I couldn't wait for him to return. He would be done with the whole movie in 1 more month. I really wished he was here tonight because I was a little out of my element. A big group of his friends from the Memphis Players were going out to dinner tonight, and they had invited Caroline and me to go. One of their friends, Sasha, was married to Warren Manning, a famous country music singer. Sasha and Warren were here for the weekend, and they had set up a dinner for us all. The timing was awesome because I would not have to wear the boot. In fact, I was wearing a new denim dress and some shoes that I had bought with my first paycheck. It was all stuff on clearance at the mall, but I felt great in it, and I was excited to have something new to wear. Caroline and I rode there together to the restaurant. Sasha is August's sister. Have you met Sasha and Warren? She asked me as we were on our way inside. It was an Italian place named Al Forno. I met August at the dress rehearsal, and your brother has told me all about Sasha and Warren, but no, I haven't met them. He's really down to earth. I love Owen's friends. If I had any talent whatsoever, I would do those plays. You have a lot going on as it is with school. I know. I really respect these people for the work that goes into plays. I've helped Owen memorize his lines before, and it's not my thing. I have to memorize a lot for school, and that stuff makes sense to me. Lines, however, I just get mixed up and turned around within the script. I've never tried to do anything like that before, I said. I was homeschooled, so I didn't have school plays or anything like that. I've never even had to do any kind of public speaking. Do you think you would like it? She asked. She looked at me, and I shrugged and smiled, shaking my head to tell her I had no idea. We had approached the front of the restaurant by then, and I reached out to open the door. We walked in together, and Caroline took over, talking to the hostess and telling her we were there with Warren Manning. The hostess said the reservations were under Malcolm Shepard. I knew Malcolm well. He was the one who called Shep. I worked with him every day at the clinic. I had met his wife for the first time at the dress rehearsal last week, and she was as pleasant as I thought she would be. Can you please show them to the big table for 20 in the back? One hostess asked another. Did she say table for 20? I asked, mumbling behind her back as we followed her. Carolyn glanced at me with a nod, and I smiled at her like it didn't intimidate me at all, which was false. I was nervous. I wished Owen was with me so I could follow his lead. I smiled and pretended I was fine. Goodness, it was indeed a table for 20. It was in the back of the restaurant, set apart from the other tables. It looked like everyone was there. I could see Warren Manning sitting on my right. I first heard him a few years ago when his songs started coming on the radio. My mom loved country music. It was surreal heading toward a table with him sitting there. I had seen him on music videos and awards shows. All of the others made me feel starstruck too. I loved their movie, and I never expected to love the play so much last week. I had newfound respect for them all. I felt overwhelmed, and I thought about what Owen said about the rain. I imagined myself in the rain, and I took a deep breath, picturing myself getting soaked. I thought about letting the tension and nervousness go away. I concentrated on accepting my surroundings and relaxing into the moment. I had never experienced the rain, but the whole idea served as a nice distraction. It was all just worry anyway, because they were all so nice. Everyone was smiling at me from the moment I walked up to the table. "What's up, Caroline?" "Corey?" Shep said, standing and welcoming us to the table. He was the closest one to us when we approached, and he took the liberty of greeting us. He hugged Caroline first, and then me. "Does everyone know Corey, Owen's lady friend?" he asked, when he pulled back. I scanned the table, and several of them nodded and spoke up at the same time, saying that we had met. I went ahead and sat down since Caroline was doing the same.
I'm not sure who all you've met, so it's probably a good idea to go around the table. I assume you know Caroline, Shep said, gesturing at Owen's sister who had just sat beside me. He was being funny, and everyone at the table laughed. The rest of us can just go around the table and tell Corey who we are. Ryan, you start. You've got it from here. Ryan put his hand to his chest. My name is Ryan Fairchild. I'm married to Bailey, who was Sandy in this show. I smiled and made a little clapping motion for her because she had been so impressive. She waved at me. And these are my parents and my best friend, Zach. I know Zach, I said. Yeah, I'm doing PT with Shep for my shoulder. That's cool you guys met, Ryan said. I thought you were one of the ones who wouldn't know Corey yet. I don't think you've met my parents, he added. Danielle and Emily Fairchild. They own the theater where we performed, Shep said. I remember the name, I said with a little bow in their direction. It's so nice to meet you. Your theater blew me away. I loved the whole experience. It was a wonderful night. I'm August, said the next guy, waving at me. He was sitting next to Mrs. Fairchild. We met. My wife Gina. Or Rizzo. I laughed. I'm a Rizzo girl, I said, smiling at Gina. And how funny that you're really expecting. I know, she laughed. That was one of the Easter eggs of the show. I'm Abe. I directed the show. This is my friend Elizabeth. I looked at the girl next to him, and she smiled and waved at me. I did the same to her. Abe continued talking, pointing down the line. Tori is my assistant director, and that's her boyfriend Jason. I waved at all of them. I'm Kennedy, the next girl said, waving. I played Patty Simcox. I'm Anne-Marie. We met the other night. I was Jan in the play. I nodded. I loved it. Both of you were great, I said. I'm Sasha, and this is Warren, the next person said. I leaned over, waved at her, and then him. It's nice to meet you, Warren said. Owen's my boy. I smiled at him for saying that. I'm Natalie, the next woman said. We met the other night. Shep's wife. Yes, I said. Good to see you. We had come all the way around the table. Shep was the only one left before it would be my turn. I had spoken to them several times already, so I shouldn't have been nervous, but I was. I thought all eyes would be on me and I would be expected to introduce myself or say something funny or captivating. I started thinking about what I could possibly say, knowing that after Shep, it could be my turn to talk. And I'm Owen. I heard the deep voice from behind me, but I was worrying, so it didn't register. I froze, staring at Natalie until Caroline pushed my leg from beside me. My brother is here. He's behind you, she said. Chapter 16. I froze. I felt choked. The next few seconds were a complete whirlwind as I turned and saw Owen, my Owen, standing there in the restaurant with us. He was looking ever so sharp in dark jeans and a light blue button-down shirt. It matched his eyes, and I felt breathless. He was so handsome that I felt like I had been punched in the gut. Thankfully, I didn't have to react because he smiled at me and reached out to pull me into his arms. Hello, my Corey girl. Hey, I said, hugging him. He pulled back and looked me over. You're looking good without that boot, he said, smiling. I was stunned, but I smiled. I feel good without it. Stiffly and with wide eyes, I turned to the people at the table. Did you guys know about this? They all laughed and hollered and told me it was the reason for the gathering. Then they started talking to each other and amongst themselves as Owen and I took our seats. He had hugged me and I still smelled him. He helped me with my chair as we both got settled, and I turned to him and smiled. All of this happened in a matter of seconds. Owen was here. I couldn't believe it. I was shaken to my very core. Did you know about this? I asked, turning to his sister. Yes, I've already seen him today. He was at the house earlier while you were at the clinic. I turned to look at Owen and he shrugged guiltily. I wanted to surprise you.
He was staring at me like he was a feral animal who was attracted to me, and the feeling was so mutual that I reached out for him. My hand landed on his leg, and he positioned his big hand securely on top of mine, holding it there. "What are you doing here? I thought you have another month."
I do. They gave me 3 days off because some of their lighting broke.
"You're here for 3 days?"
Sort of. It's more like 1.5. Tomorrow is the only full day.
He repositioned my hand, turning it over in his, and lacing his fingers in mine. He held on to me securely.
"How's the movie going?"
Warren asked, leaning over to speak to Owen. Everyone was interested, so our side of the table got quiet when they heard him ask. Owen pulled my hand more securely into his lap in a possessive gesture as he readjusted before he spoke.
"It's been great. I'm tired, but it's been a smooth process."
"And you two met in Montana?" Anne-Marie asked.
"We did," he said. "She was working in this tiny town near where we were filming."
"And you talked her into coming to Tennessee with you?" Anne-Marie asked. "I heard it's beautiful over there."
"It is beautiful, but I'm persuasive,"
Owen said. "How's working with Keanu?" Kennedy asked. "I heard he was in that movie."
"He's amazing, just like you would imagine. Such a nice guy."
"Do you have any stories about him?" Kennedy asked, obviously interested.
"I've got stories from the movie, but most of them are about this guy Victor. He's the director's assistant, and he's hilarious. He's got this car, this little tricked-out hatchback sports car with LED lights and a souped-up engine. He races it. I went with him one time."
"You went car racing in L.A.?
Sasha asked, laughing. "I did, actually. I'm glad I'm still alive."
I had already heard the story before. He told me on the phone. I just sat and listened as he recounted some other things to them. Warren and Owen seemed to be at the center of conversation.
"Owen, I'm trying to talk your girlfriend into coming to work with me."
It was Zach who made the statement a little while later. Owen turned to look at him.
"My girlfriend?"
he asked. His grip tightened on my hand.
"Yes, Corey. I want her to come work at the restaurant with me. She's amazing at your dad's office, better than Addison. And with you being busy in Cali, her nights are free. She can come on over to my place."
Owen made a face when Zach said that.
"I'm only in Cali for 1 more month," he said.
"Do you have any jobs lined up after this one?"
Shep asked.
"Yeah, after Cali, it'll be somewhere else," Zach said. "If so, I'm taking her."
"If so, I'm taking her with me,"
Owen said. His thumb rubbed the back of my hand, and I held on to him securely, letting him know I would go anywhere he asked me to go. "Do you know what's next?" Emily Fairchild asked Owen from across the table.
"I am looking at one script. It's a romantic comedy. I'm not sure about it yet."
"I see you as a romantic comedy guy," Bailey said.
That was kind of the vibe when he played Shep, even though August's movie wasn't really a comedy.
"Where's that one going to be set?" Emily asked.
"Miami, I think,"
Owen said. It was Miami. He had already told me all of this. He was leaning toward not doing it, which was why he was being vague with everyone. It was a big opportunity, but he was still thinking about it. "Corey, what are you doing at Charlie Atkinson's clinic?" Emily asked. "I'm doing receptionist work mostly. Our main receptionist is on maternity leave right now. I'm also doing cleaning and scheduling. Whatever needs to get done. It's a gigantic facility. Have you ever been there?" "Unfortunately, yes," she said, grabbing her wrist and causing us all to laugh.
"This is why I want her at my restaurant," Zach said. "I see her at PT, and she's running around helping people and doing about 10 things at once. When I met her the second time, she followed up with something I said the first time about my dog. Who does that? I just can't get good help anymore. Do you have any cousins in Montana? Are there any more of you over there?"
Our conversation was interrupted by our servers who had come to bring our food. He had been joking about my theoretical cousins anyway, so we just laughed it off. Service was family style with 8 or 10 trays set in the middle of the table.
There were pizzas and pasta dishes, and we all got busy serving ourselves. I went through the motions of preparing a plate for myself and beginning to eat, but I was preoccupied with Owen sitting next to me. I didn't look at him at all, but I was hyper-aware of his presence, his leg touching mine. The air between us was hot and thick with tension. We had stopped holding each other's hands so that we could make plates, but he was sprawled out next to me in such a way that his legs stayed in constant contact with mine. When I looked at him, I didn't just see a movie star. I saw the man who had come to my rescue. I saw someone who accepted me for who I was. Drama, broken glass, and all. He gave me a sly grin and licked his lips as he tilted his chin at me, asking me to come closer. I stretched that way and he leaned over to speak near my ear.
"I might have to fight Zach Horner for you,"
he said, teasing me about the job offer. I couldn't believe this perfect man would bother himself to talk about fighting for me.
"You're making me blush,"
I said, flirting with him. I made eye contact with him for a brief second before leaning in to speak again.
"And you don't have to fight anyone. It's just a job."
About half of us went over to Ryan and Bailey's after we ate. They lived on the top floor of the same building as the theater. It was a beautiful rooftop in downtown Memphis, and I had never seen anything like it. Even after coming downtown last week and seeing the theater itself, this rooftop was a new experience for me. I had been in Memphis for a while, but I relied on rides or Uber, so I mostly just went back and forth from work to home. Seeing the heart of the city and going upstairs onto the rooftop of one of the most gorgeous buildings in Memphis was such a cool experience. The roof was beautifully set up with flowers and plants and lights everywhere. I felt like I was somewhere exotic. I was brimming with excitement. I had the boot off of my foot. It was a gorgeous, cool evening, and Owen was here with me. He was across the way. I had gone to use the restroom, and then I stopped to have a conversation with Sasha and Warren. I could see Owen sitting in the corner of a couch. He was in a seating area with his sister and Zach, along with Ryan and Bailey. I could see that there was a little room next to him, so I went that way, planning to sit beside him. Owen crooked his finger at me as I went over, and I nodded at him, letting him know I was planning on sitting there. Everyone was talking as I crossed to him. They were all engrossed in the conversation. Chatter and laughter happened all around me, but I didn't pay attention to it because my eyes were locked with Owen's. I smiled, and he grinned back at me. I didn't know what he was saying with that irresistible grin, but the answer was yes. I bit my lip out of pure excitement, and he shook his head at me for doing that. We engaged in a heated stare. It made me feel like we were in love. I turned around to sit down next to him, and when I did, I felt his hand come around my wrist. I was already in the process of letting myself fall onto the couch when Owen tugged gently on me. I realized what he was doing, and I easily fell onto his lap. He held on to me by my waist, and I may as well have been in paradise. I was swept away. Whose life was this, anyway? I went from feeling trapped and hopeless to being on top of the world. I was literally on top of the world, being on the roof of this building. I was soaring, towering, and Owen had his big, warm, muscular arms wrapped securely around me.
Chapter 17. Owen Atkinson. The following evening. His trip was almost over, and Owen was having a hard time with the idea of leaving. The time with Corey had passed too quickly. He was devastated. Corey Jones wasn't like other women, and he had a gut-wrenching distaste for leaving her, ever again. He had spent every waking moment with her since dinner last night, and he was going to hate getting on the plane in the morning. He was still driven with his career and focused on the movie. He had been able to afford a few days off to come here and not be distracted. But maybe he was distracted. At this very moment, he was distracted. He could see her standing across the room at this very moment, and he wanted her so badly. He wanted to hold her and be next to her. She was talking to his mother. They had been with his family all afternoon. They had eaten dinner with his aunt and uncle and some of his extended family. He had been reserved with physical contact. He had his hand on her leg at the dinner table, but that was it. It wasn't enough. He wanted to have his arms securely around Corey and for them to stay that way for an extended period of time. Corey and his mom had gotten close. He could tell they really liked each other, and it made him feel even more protective and possessive. Zach was a cool guy, but he was so impressed with Corey that it annoyed Owen. He had never had those jealous types of feelings with any of his previous girlfriends. Corey was different in every way. She was so different than other women. She could do anything. Her mom had gotten her into jewelry, and she was great at that and made beautiful work. Zach wanted her to run the front of house at his restaurant, and Owen's parents would swear that she was born to manage a physical therapy clinic. She adapted to any situation. She was positive and resilient. She was level-headed, intelligent, and a lover of God in spite of the people who had misrepresented him. He felt that Corey could handle anything life threw at her, and that was such an important quality. Plus, he couldn't stop staring at her. Her hair, her lips, her skin. She was gorgeous, and he absolutely ached to touch her. He wouldn't let himself think of the pain he would feel when it came time to leave her in the morning. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and he had hardly been alone with her all day. Sasha and Warren were in town, and they wanted to hang out again today. There were 10 or 12 people in and out at Owen's parents' house all day. Caroline even had a friend over. Owen's time alone with Corey had been far too brief, and he was ready to sit down with her. His mother had been talking to her for 20 minutes now. Corey had been in their home for the last 6 weeks, and Owen wondered what they could possibly have to talk about for so long tonight. He had been watching a baseball game on TV with his dad, but he couldn't take it anymore.
"I'm going upstairs,"
he announced. He got up and walked over to the place where his mom and Corey were standing.
"I need to pack a few things."
He looked directly at Corey.
"I'll be upstairs when you're done talking to Mom if you want to come up and watch a movie."
"Sure," Corey said. "How long do you need to get packed?"
1 minute. Less than that. You can come up with me now if you want to help me.
They stared at each other. "Yeah, I'll come now and help you."
"Thanks."
He grabbed her hand and started to lead her toward the staircase, which was nearby.
"We'll be up and down for a while,"
Owen said to his mom.
"I'll come back down and say goodnight."
"What time do you want to ride in the morning?" she asked.
"I have to be at the airport by 8, so I guess 7:15.
"Maybe 7 to be safe,"
his dad said from the living room.
"I'm not sure about the weather."
"I can do 7.
Owen agreed. But he wanted to spend every last second with Corey.
"I'm going to see if Corey wants to ride with us,"
he said, even though she was right there. He looked at her.
"Do you?"
"Sure. That sounds good," she said. She was smiling, and it was completely irresistible. Owen couldn't take it.
"Okay. So we're going upstairs,"
he said. "I think Caroline and Lila are up there somewhere."
"That's fine,"
Owen said, pulling Corey by the hand. His heart continued to race as they walked upstairs. He wasn't sure that he knew what love was, but this was it. He would bet on it. He had met and dated women over the years, and there was no one like Corey. He was walking in front of her, pulling her along, and he turned and took her into his arms when they made it to the top of the stairs.
"I love you,"
he said, holding her up. He had never said that to anyone outside of his family. He hadn't planned on saying it right then. "Owen, I love you too," she said, in the sweetest voice he had ever heard. He could hardly breathe. He wanted her so badly that he would elope with her right that second.
"Do you?"
he said. "Yes. How could I not?" Her voice and her face. It was irresistible. She was delicate and vulnerable, and he was scared he would take her into his arms too tightly and break her.
I don't want to leave you tomorrow.
I know. It's terrible. I mean, it's awesome that you're on such a cool project, but boy, oh boy, has it been nice with you being home.
Home is in LA for the next month.
It'll go fast, she said. It's almost been that long since I started working full-time at your dad's office.
Don't.
He said the one word, and he left it at that. She tilted her head at Owen, and he closed his eyes, taking a slow blink. Staring at her caused such tension between them that he had to break it. He was too passionate about her. He wanted her in ways that he couldn't have her. Not yet, at least. He would settle for a kiss. They had kissed a few times today, but it was only when they had a few seconds alone. "Why did you say don't?" she asked, looking curiously at him. He snapped out of his dream.
Oh, because you said that you've been working at Dad's and you don't need to.
What's that mean?
I don't know,
he said with a sigh. What he meant was that he wanted Corey to quit that job and go to California with him. He would have to work a lot and not be able to see her constantly out there, but he would see her a lot more than if she were here. He couldn't expect that of her.
I'm not Keanu, Corey, but I've made it to a level that I can afford to have you with me. If you ever wanted to just not work for my dad and come out to California with me, you could. I would take care of you. You don't have to work.
She moved closer to him, smiling up at him. She blinked.
What are you thinking?
He said. The first thing that crossed my mind was that, yes, I'll go with you in a heartbeat. She paused, and Owen said,
But what?
They need me at the office. I would feel so bad. With the role I'm filling now, Addison's not coming back from maternity leave for another 3 weeks. She's talking about not coming back at all.
Yeah, that's for my dad. But what do you want?
Oh my gosh, Owen, I definitely want you, but shh.
Don't say but. Just leave it at you want me, and we can talk about California later.
He licked his lips. He had to rein it in, use restraint. He leaned down to kiss Corey, and she needed no further encouragement. She stretched upward, throwing her arms around his neck and drawing him close to her, not being shy at all. "Are you kissing me finally?" she asked. Owen felt like he might actually burst. He picked her up, off of her feet. He held her comfortably by the waist, leaning back and letting her weight rest on his chest, while he walked them over to the couch in the upstairs living room. She laughed a little as she took the ride, and it sounded like music to his ears. Just the sound of the happiness in that tone made his heart so full. He wanted to hear this giggle in his ear for the rest of his life. He fell onto the corner of the couch, keeping her in his grasp. She turned in his lap and leaned up to kiss him. Their lips touched, and he felt like he could just melt into her. She opened her mouth to him, and oh. Owen readjusted, holding her, kissing her, letting their mouths move in a gentle rhythm that had him on the brink of some high point. Her tongue slid against his, and the way she sucked on his lip made him... Where did she learn to kiss like this? It was the perfect kiss. It felt just like a kiss should feel. There had never been such perfect passion exchanged. It was gentle and solid. There was the right amount of everything: movement, warmth, passion, and restraint. The feel of it was like nothing Owen had ever experienced. The pace had just started to become more heart-pumping when Owen heard footsteps. He stopped the kiss abruptly, but then he pulled Corey toward himself when she started to scramble off of his lap.
Don't. You don't have to move.
It was a huge couch, and she was nestled there, sort of halfway on Owen's leg, when Caroline came into the room with her friend from college. What are you guys doing up here with no TV on? Carolyn asked.
Don't ask them what they're doing, her friend said.
Thank you, Lila. My sister needs to learn manners.
You're in my side of the house. I can comment.
I'm staying here tonight.
I know, but it's fair game for me to comment. She leaned over him and retrieved the remote from the coffee table and tossed it onto the couch with them. There's that, if you want to look like you're actually doing something if Mom comes up here.
I'm a grown man, so Mom would probably be okay with me kissing my lady, but thank you.
We're going out, she said, smiling and rolling her eyes at her brother.
Have fun, Owen said.
Yeah, have fun, Corey added. The two of them kept walking, going downstairs, and Owen grabbed the remote, turning on the television. He took a minute to find a movie, and Corey crawled to the other end of the couch to retrieve a blanket and an extra pillow or two for them. She stood and carried it back in her arms, tossing the pillows to spots near Owen before climbing onto the couch to sit with him again. Owen turned on one of Keanu's movies because he had some stories about it that he knew Corey would appreciate. They mostly watched the movie. They got distracted some of the time, but that was how it went when two people were so in love. Chapter 18. Corey. Later that same night. We had watched an old Keanu Reeves movie earlier, and then we put on 2 other movies. All of them were action. That third movie was really just background noise anyway because we talked and kissed each other most of the way through it. Both of us dreaded him leaving in the morning, and we wanted to make the most of every moment. The third movie was nearly over when I rested my head on his chest and stared dazedly at the screen. I stayed that way for the last 15 minutes of the movie, feeling so exhausted and in love. Just like that, the credits started rolling, and I felt Owen's big hand rubbing my shoulder.
Are you awake?
He asked. We had been up since early this morning. We were both tired, and I knew I needed to let him get some rest before his trip. Yes, I said, sitting up and turning around to look at him. And I know you have to be up and prepared for your trip.
I'm still in denial.
Owen grabbed the remote and turned off the television. I'm in denial too, I agreed.
Shh.
He sat up a little and made an intense expression like he was listening for something. What? I asked.
Listen.
I did as he said, and then I shook my head. I hear nothing but...
But what?
White noise.
Yeah. What's the white noise?
I don't know. The air conditioner? He smiled.
It's rain.
Oh, is it raining? I asked, sitting up further and listening. I glanced at him with wide eyes. Does that mean your flight is canceled? I asked. He gave me an easy smile.
I wish. I have to get back. Come on, it means we're going outside.
We're what? But I figured out what he was saying because he began making his way to the stairs. I was already following him. I slowly caught on to what he was saying and what we were doing.
I hope it's still warm outside,
he said on the way downstairs.
Are we about to get soaked?
I asked, whispering as we walked.
You don't have to whisper. My parents are on the other side of the house. But yes, we're about to get soaked.
Really?
Do you have your phone with you?
He asked, hesitating at the door. For a picture? I asked, patting my pockets.
No, I don't want it to get wet.
Oh, no, I don't have it. It's upstairs. Owen smiled at me, hesitating near the door. I could feel the September air. It was a little cooler than it was earlier today, but still warm for this time of year. We went out through one of the back doors that led to a shaded area with some trees. It was one of the more secluded parts of their yard. This section made it feel like we were in the woods instead of the pool and back patio. I felt the rain start to hit me as soon as we went out from under the rooftop. I was staring at the most beautiful sight in the world. I was watching the backside of Owen as he walked in front of me, leading the way outside. He was tall and muscular. He was wearing sweatpants, and I could appreciate from this range how his body moved when he walked. The sight of him with rain falling between us was a thing of beauty. There might as well have been music playing as we walked. The rain. He walked further into a clearing, and the rain began to hit me harder. They were pretty large drops. There was a light zapping feeling that happened on my skin when each one hit me. I flinched and took a deep, shuddering breath as we walked further into the clearing. Owen turned around and took me into his arms. It was completely dark, but there was just enough light from the house and the moon that we could see each other. I blinked and smiled and wiped at my face. I felt drops of rain hitting me one after another, rolling down the back of my head, rolling down my face and arms. I took another deep breath and smiled at him as we both got soaked. Owen was perfect, and this moment was perfect. He ran a hand through his hair before taking hold of my waist again, pulling me more securely into his arms.
How do you feel?
I sighed. I'm so comfortable here with you, but I looked up and the sky was full of rain, innumerable drops as far as my eyes could see. Rain was relentlessly dropping down onto us. I'm not used to this. I saw a flash of lightning in the distance, and I blinked at him with a concerned stare. He kissed me, an unhurried kiss like a gesture of reassurance. I let it happen. I wanted to melt.
It's fine,
he said, pulling back with a smile.
It's far away.
A deep rumbling sound started to happen. Low, soft thunder, causing bass to reverberate in my bones. My expression grew more concerned, and he smiled at me still.
It's far away, I promise.
I took another deep breath, wiping my face.
Just relax. It's okay to get wet in the rain. This was the feeling I was talking about.
I can honestly say I have never ever done anything like this before.
I know you haven't. That's why I pulled you out here in the middle of the night. We're soaked. Just give in to it.
Owen closed his eyes and breathed in through his nose, looking upward, smelling and feeling the rain. I watched him, thinking he was the most beautiful man who had ever been born, and wondering how I could have possibly ended up there.
I think about rain when I'm feeling overwhelmed,
he reminded me. He looked upward, letting the drops hit his face.
I imagine myself in the rain just like this, and I'm able to shift my perspective. I calm my nerves and decide to give in to the feeling of it all.
I think I'm okay being wet, I said, tucking a piece of damp hair behind my ear. I feel relaxed in my body, and I feel good about my clothes and hair getting wet. But my heart is still racing right now. I'm all jittery. But I have the feeling it's got nothing to do with the rain. It's you. I'm still not used to it. I'm looking at you now, and you're too wonderful and perfect. I don't even know how I got here. I'm not nervous about the rain. I'm nervous about you. He stared at me as rain fell between us. His expression was unreadable but thoughtful.
What about me makes you nervous?
I laughed.
What?
He said. Everything. Look at you. Look at your face. Look at this moment. I am... Last night at the restaurant, Abe was telling me this story about you carrying someone off of the stage.
I heard him,
Owen said, humbly shaking me off. No, Owen. You're just so... You're always looking out for others and caring about others, and yet you still manage to be on top of so many things yourself. How did you even remember I've never been soaked in the rain? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. We're half asleep, and you're still thinking about me.
Because it's perfect. You told me you've never done this,
he said. He held me tighter, adjusting his arms around me.
Are you cold? You're shivering.
Yes, but I don't want to leave.
I'm not letting you stand here and shiver. Come on.
He pulled me along, taking me through the yard and into the pool area. No, I don't want to go in yet, I said, knowing we had to say goodnight. I don't care that I'm cold. Let's just take another minute." I held his hand while walking through the pool area. Now that we were walking, I was no longer shivering. We made our way under the patio, where we were out of the rain. I stared at him while we walked. He was so masculine and confident that it took my breath away. I wiped my face and blinked at him when he turned to me. "I warmed up," I said.
"We have towels right over there."
I felt him flinch like he was going to move when he said it, and I tightened my grasp on him.
"Don't, please," I said.
"I thought you might want a towel," he said. "I felt bad for getting you wet."
"Please don't feel bad. I'm so comfortable right now. I feel good. It helped, getting out of the breeze. I'm so comfortable. I just want to stay here for a second, listen to the rain and be here with you. I know we'll say goodnight when we go inside, and I don't want to yet." Owen put his hands on the side of my face. He looked like a dream with droplets of water running down his face.
"Let's not say goodbye,"
he said. "How?"
"Come with me to California. I can support us both over there. I want you with me."
I wanted so badly to agree to it. I ached to go with him. His dad needed me at the clinic, and the amount of money I had in savings would last me about 10 seconds in California. Plus, I was saving for a car. I needed to be practical.
"Please,"
he said after a long pause. His voice was pleading, and I found that it was impossible to deny him.
"You're not saying anything,"
he said, giving me a squeeze. "Because I don't want to say no, but I can't say yes."
"Why can't you?"
"Your dad would be in a bind. I'm just getting on a roll over there, and I hate to leave him."
"My dad can get help at the clinic, if that's what you're saying. I don't have much left on the movie. We can come back in a month."
Chapter 19. 5 days later. I just couldn't let myself go. I felt so indebted to the Atkinsons that I couldn't leave Memphis and go with Owen. The thought of doing it filled me with so much extreme pleasure that I knew it was the selfish choice. Owen understood, but he didn't like it. He insisted that his dad could make it and that he wanted to pay my way in California. He said he wanted to go ahead and buy me a car so that I would stop talking about how I had to save up for it. But I couldn't let him do all of that for me. I already felt indebted to him for all they had done so far. Every day got more and more difficult being apart from Owen, though. He had a relaxed schedule where he only had to be on location by sunrise, but was off by noon. We had plenty of time to talk during the afternoons and evenings, and we had gotten even closer to each other than before. I wanted him so badly, and I could tell he wanted me too. But I made the choice to remain patient. I needed a car. I needed the independence it provided. I would spend all the money I had saved and go into debt living in California for a month. I missed Owen like crazy, but I was being stoic about it, working hard to be tough and making my own way. I thought that would ultimately make him proud of me and add longevity to our relationship. We loved each other, though. We said it in plain English every time we got off the phone. Deep down, some part of me, the insecure part, felt better having Owen so far away. When I couldn't see him, there was no way to tell how gorgeous he was. In person, I could get so enamored by his looks that I had the risk of feeling insecure. I could hear his voice and I could see his face in my mind. That was enough for now. I didn't watch any more videos. My plan was to just get through the rest of this month until Owen was able to return to Memphis. I worked hard and made it so that the clinic benefited from me being in the front office. I was on top of everything, which was why I blinked and felt confused when I came in that Monday morning and saw a new name on the schedule. He was scheduled with Charlie Atkinson. It was the name John Coleman, and he was on the books for this morning. My heart started racing as soon as I saw the name. "Who took this appointment?" I asked.
trying to tell myself that it was a common name.
Christina. He came by after you were gone Friday. He's here from out of town and he's paying cash.
Christina. He came by after you were gone Friday. He's here from out of town and he's paying cash. She left a note saying she took the appointment. Charlie had an opening. There's no address on file. I know because he's from out of town. Christina put all that in her note. No insurance. We just need to get him to fill out paperwork when he comes back.
My heart started pounding because I knew it was John. I wanted to run. I actually considered telling everyone I was sick and heading home, but I knew I had to stay and confront him. There was a chance it was a different John altogether. I told myself that, but my heart told me it was John Coleman from Montana. I didn't take another sip of coffee for the rest of the morning, and still, I was sweating and shaking. And then I saw him as he walked up to the door. He was dressed in church clothes, a button-down shirt tucked into slacks. He had his hair combed with gel, looking just like he did every Sunday morning at Stanley's church. It made me so mad to see him here in my new environment. I could not believe he was in Memphis. When I first left Montana, I had threatened my mother, Stanley, and John with restraining orders. My mother reached out and tried to explain herself at first, but it had been a month since I had heard from her. She had been in touch via email, but I had no idea any of them knew where I was living. It made me feel enraged to see John walking up to the door. It felt like such an invasion of privacy, and he had been here since Friday. "Oh, he's handsome," Leah whispered from next to me. "No." "No what?" "I know him." "Hang on, I have to take care of this. He's not coming in here." The clinic was beautiful with a 2-story set of glass windows from an entryway. John could see me and I could see him as I walked through the lobby. I rushed to intercept him at the door so that he wouldn't come in. I didn't get to him in time, and he opened the door and smiled at me by the time I made it there. "What are you doing here?" I asked, not smiling. "It's good to see you, too." "John, you can't be here." "Why not?" he asked, looking around like it was a free country. My heart raced. I just wanted him to turn around and walk away without saying another word to me. "Why are you here?" I asked. "To talk to you." "Why did you make an appointment at this place of business?" "Because I wanted to talk to you," he said again, as if that were obvious. "You can't be here. You can't be in Tennessee at all." "Sure I can." I looked back over my shoulder and glanced at my coworker, shaking my head at her as I pushed him outside. I held up a finger, letting Leah know I would be right back. "Wait, I have an appointment," he said, pushing against me. "My back is really bothering me. That's why I'm here. You can see someone in Billings, Montana." I pushed against him and he relented, putting up no fight. I stopped walking once we cleared the window and were no longer in plain sight of any of my coworkers. I stared straight at him, pretending to be unintimidated. "You can't be here." "Listen, Corey, we need to talk. I need to talk to you. I made an appointment fair and square. I wanted to catch up with you while I'm in there." He was trying to explain himself in a calm, reasonable tone, but I just shook my head. "You're not going to a physical therapy appointment, John. We're not doing that. If you need to tell me something, just say it right now." He showed me his outstretched hands, looking innocent. "I'm not Stanley," he insisted. "And Stanley wasn't even trying to hurt you. Not that bad." I scoffed and shook my head. "But even still, Corey, I'm not Stanley. I'm not the one who came up with that whole thing. Listen, if you come back with me, we don't ever even have to talk to Stanley or your mom again. That's what I've been trying to find you and tell you. We don't have to go to his church ever again. You can move in my place." "I'm never going back there, John. I've moved on." "Don't say that. You've barely been gone, Corey. You know your heart's in the woods. What's this place got to offer compared to Rock Creek?
All I see is a bunch of McDonald's and power lines, a bunch of concrete."
He gestured to the building next to us.
"Come home with me, Corey. It's all you know. We don't even have to talk to Stanley ever again."
"It's not all I know, John. I know other things. I'm not going back to Montana. I'm actually thinking about moving to Louisiana right now. New Orleans." I stared at him like I was serious. Of course, I had made that up on the spot and was only saying it to throw him off.
"What's in New Orleans?"
"Me, maybe. I'm on my own. I have a job. I might transfer with the company." Chapter 20. Delta offered 2 nonstop flights from Memphis to LAX that very same day. One departed at 20 minutes before noon, and the other was at 8 o'clock that evening. I didn't think I had time to make it there for the morning flight, but I gave it a shot. I left the clinic and went straight to the airport. Charlie had it set up for one of the techs to drive me, and Shep insisted that he ride along. Charlie gave me $1,000 in cash from a drawer in his office before I left. I didn't want to take it, but he insisted, making me tuck it away in my wallet. I also had a credit card. I left work and headed straight for the airport. If I missed this flight, I would get on the next one, later tonight, but I went to the airport without packing in case. I ran, and I made it there in time to buy a ticket for the early flight. Barely. The flight would arrive at LAX just after 2 p.m. I bought a ticket and jogged to my gate. I had a small purse with me that I always carried. In it were my wallet with my ID, my credit card, and cash that Charlie had given me. And otherwise I had nothing. I felt empty and naked. I prayed for strength, and I thought about drawing confidence from God rather than myself. I wasn't sure of the verse, but somewhere in the Bible I was pretty sure it said that His strength was made perfect in my weakness. So even though I felt unprepared and maybe a little weak, I knew I could rely on strength that wasn't my own. I knew I could keep going. Deep down, I knew that everything was going to be fine. I glanced at the airport windows as I approached the gate. They were partially reflective, and I could see myself. I was wearing a pair of dark gray scrubs because that was our uniform at the clinic. My hair was half up in 2 small buns on the top of my head, with the rest of it hanging in loose curls on my shoulders. I arrived at the gate, and the attendant told me that the flight had already boarded and that I should go ahead and make my way onto the plane since they were waiting for me. It was all so rushed and spur of the moment that I didn't have time to let Owen know what was going on. Then suddenly I was on an airplane to Los Angeles, and no one in California knew I was coming. I was at a loss for words when I finally sat in my seat and composed a text to Owen. Me. Hey. John came to Memphis. Everything's fine. I'm not scared or anything. He'll be here for a week, and so your dad put me on a one-way flight to come see you in California until he's gone. I am on a plane now. I have the address to the house you're renting, so I'll get there and then we can talk about where I'll stay moving forward. I didn't hear back from Owen in the minutes while the plane was still on the runway. It was still early in California, and I knew he was on set working. We spent over 4 hours in the air, and by the time I landed and turned on my phone, I had 2 text messages from him. Owen, I talked to Dad. Thank you for coming. I would have felt helpless if you had stayed over there. I love you. So glad you're on your way. I can't wait for you to get here. See you in a little while. Then I scrolled to the second message. Owen, Dad sent me a link to your flight, and I've been keeping an eye on it. I'm done for the day at work, so I'm coming to the airport to get you. We'll pick you up outside. Just as I was reading it, a third message came in. Owen, we're in traffic. So frustrating. The GPS says 20 minutes. Just wait for us at the pickup area. I'll text when we're pulling up. Me. Sounds good. We just landed, so it will take a minute to taxi and everything. Thank you for coming to get me. I can't believe I'm in California. I've never been here before.
I love you too.
I made quick work of going through the airport because I didn't have checked luggage. I found a wall to lean against at the pickup area. I had left the house in Memphis thinking it was a normal day, and there I was in California without a change of clothes. I felt as though I was riding a wave of nervous anticipation as I went outside to meet Owen. In that moment, I was actually thankful to John for showing up so that I could be pushed into Owen's arms. Owen texted, and I began looking for his vehicle. There were quite a few cars that could have fit the description. He told me to look for a black Mercedes sedan. I looked at the brand name of every vehicle, even things that weren't black. I was staring at car after car, looking for the one that had the right look and brand. And then there it was. A car pulled up and stopped right in front of me. The back door opened, and I stared down at Owen Atkinson. He was holding the door and regarding me with an excited smile. His perfect white teeth were gleaming and his face scrunched like he was just so excited he couldn't stand it.
"Get in,"
he said. "I have no bags," I replied as I plopped down next to him. I sat down and closed the door in one motion. Owen leaned forward and pressed a button.
"We're ready. She's in the car. Thank you."
"Are we headed to your house?" Owen looked at me with a questioning expression, and I shrugged.
"Are you hungry or anything?"
he asked quietly. I shook my head. I hadn't eaten lunch, but I wasn't hungry. I was too preoccupied with other things. "No, thank you." He turned to me with a smile after he sat back.
"You came in scrubs,"
he said. "I have nothing but the clothes on my back. I need to stop at the store for deodorant and soap and a toothbrush." He pulled on my arm and leaned in, burying his nose in my neck and taking a deep smell of my body. "Don't," I said, squirming because it tickled.
"Don't what? I missed you?"
He pulled me closer, tugging me onto his lap. He nestled his face under my jaw, and I felt his lips on my neck as he moved. Excitement coursed through my body. "I missed you too," I said, steadying my breathing and relaxing into his grasp, feeling warm. "I just stink. I worked this morning, and then I went straight to the airport." He kissed my neck.
"You don't stink. You smell amazing,"
he said, letting his open mouth touch my neck softly.
"Are you scared? Were you scared of that guy?"
"No, I'm not scared. I'm kind of thankful he came by because your dad basically begged me to come here."
"I'm glad he did. I needed you. I need you here with me. I was missing you too much."
I pulled back to look at him. His blue eyes were only inches from mine. He was a star. Everything about him was perfect. He was so wonderful. This love was so wonderful that I forgot all of my insecurities. I smiled and leaned in, kissing him on the lips, tasting his mouth, tasting the hint of salt on his skin. "I was missing you, and I needed to be here too," I said. His mouth was perfection, and I was mesmerized by the way it moved when he talked. He smiled, and then kissed me again. The kiss was instantly passionate. He was insatiable, moving, adjusting, pulling me onto his lap where we could be comfortable. Our lips met again and again. We held on to each other's faces and kissed time after time like we just couldn't stop.
"Stay with me,"
he said.
"Don't go back until I go back."
"Okay," I agreed, nodding. Owen was my man, the person I would spend the rest of my life with. He wanted that with me, too. I could feel how much he wanted it by the way he kissed me. "Where am I staying?" I asked, when he finally pulled back.
"With me."
"I was thinking I could get a hotel near you."
"Why? It's a 5-bedroom house, and there are only 3 of us there. You have your own bedroom."
His soft lips and the way he... My goodness. I kissed him again for a minute, moaning when he pulled back.
"So, you're staying at my house?" "You need to. Otherwise it'll be at a hotel, and there's no need to do that when I have all this room."
"Your mom."
"What about her?"
"Your parents. I don't want to disappoint them. I didn't want things to look like we're living together."
But it's not the same room, he said, and I want you to live with me.
I want to live with you too,
I said, since that was the understatement of the century.
But
Marry me then,
he said, cutting me off.
Just let's get married. I want to marry you anyway. Don't you?
Before I met Owen, I thought I would never get married. But I didn't hesitate, not even for a second, when he mentioned it.
Yes, I said. I would want that.
You're going to be my baby forever, and we'll have paperwork to prove it.
He pulled me close and let his mouth brush against my neck.
Now you can go where I go and stay where I stay.
I want to, I whispered. I missed you.
He kissed me, a gentle but possessive kiss. We couldn't stop. We paid attention to nothing but each other for the next 30 minutes when the driver used the speaker and warned us that we were pulling into the neighborhood.
Can you make that your job for the next few days?
He asked. Can I make what my job?
Can you get everything straight for us? To say some vows to each other? I don't know what we need. Proof of address, birth certificates. You might need that stuff from your mom with your name.
I blinked at him. He was always focused and determined. That was how he was so productive with his life. But I never expected him to be saying this about a wedding. I thought we would get married. I knew we would eventually, but this was unexpected. I tilted my head at him. Seriously?
Yes.
Here?
Yes.
Now?
Yes. Why? Do you not want to?
No, I do. Your mom. Your mom, honestly. I'm worried about her.
Don't let that change what you want to do.
No, I love her and I want to make her happy. Doesn't she want you to have a big dream wedding someday? I heard her talking to your dad about...
What do you want?
I blinked. Owen already knew what I wanted. He knew me well enough to know that I would be willing to have a big wedding, but that it wasn't my dream for it to be that way. I wasn't raised with all of that stuff. I made it fine, socially, with his friends and family, but I wasn't necessarily looking forward to a time when all of their eyes would be on me, especially since I didn't have any family of my own that would be at the celebration.
Don't think about my mom. What do you want?
What do I want? I said, since I was fine with the smallest of small weddings, elopement. What do I want? You. You're all I want. I don't care how I get you, if we're in front of a bunch of people or not. He kissed me on the lips as if that sealed some sort of deal. As far as I was concerned, the deal was sealed.
Just figure out the paperwork and we can go get you a ring. And you won't have to worry about renting a house when you're here.
The car came to a stop and I realized that we were at Owen's house. He put his hand on the door handle, but he looked at me before he opened it.
Is this happening? Are we getting married?
Yes, I said, since there was no way I would ever say anything else to that question. Epilogue. 5 years later. Naomi was only 2.5 years old, but she already loved to perform. She had curly hair like me, and a lot of people compared her to Shirley Temple. She was born on my mother's birthday, which caused me to reach out to my mom not long after Naomi was born. We had been in touch by email since then. I could have called her on the phone. We could have easily exchanged numbers, but we never did. There had been forgiveness and reconciliation, and that was the important part. Stanley had died a year after I left Montana, and my mother had realized a lot of things since then. John got married to Becca from the post office, and I was happy that they found each other. My mom had kept me posted on things like that since we had been back in touch. I told her it was likely that I would never go to Montana again. I forgave her, though, and we worked out the fact that she was innocent in her heart. I had awareness and assurance that she had just been wanting to protect me.
and I had long since forgiven her and moved on. I had invited my mom to come to Memphis and offered to meet her somewhere neutral, but she knew I wasn't going back to Montana. My birth name was Antonia Martinez. I thought it was a pretty name, and I was happy to learn about my roots. But Corey Atkinson was my name, now and forever. I had a busy, fulfilling life with Owen and now with Naomi. I gave everything I had to motherhood, and I took up jewelry again in my spare time. It was something I already knew how to do and something I could make money at home from. We built a workspace for me in our home. I stayed busy with commissions, but I worked at my own pace. We had a lot of friends and acquaintances in Memphis who would pay me to design one-of-a-kind pieces for them and then destroy the mold so that they could be the only ones wearing it. I was currently working on a piece for Shep and Natalie. Their anniversary was coming up, and Shep had me design a custom piece for her. It was a paintbrush bent into a cuff bracelet. He and Natalie had 2 kids, and I had hidden their names on the brush. Their oldest was the same age as August and Gina's little boy, and both of them were in T-ball together. But Shep and Natalie's youngest, Mac, was 3, and he was already into theater. He was in the same class as Naomi, and both of them had a recital coming up. Technically, the class was for 3 to 6-year-olds, but Brandon and Tori had let Naomi start early since she was into it and already practicing with Mac. They were adorable in this class, and both of them were good at it, even at such a young age. I was thinking about them because I was working on Naomi's costume.
What are you making?
Owen asked, coming into the house and walking over to the table where I was working. I smiled at him because I had been missing him. I'm sewing these things on Naomi's costume. Natalie asked if I could do Mac's too, but I'm already done with his.
It looks so good.
I was still in my chair, and he leaned down to kiss me. I stretched upward. You smell good, I said.
Thank you. I don't know how. I was sweating.
Was lunch stressful? I asked. He had a meeting with a few men, one of whom was the headmaster of his old high school.
No, it went fine,
Owen said.
But it was at this restaurant where we have to wear a jacket, and anyway, I haven't been to that place in a few years, and it was a lot. Too formal for me when I can get the same ribs at Payne's. I saw about 20 people I knew.
What did the headmaster want?
They asked me to speak at the school.
About what?
Anything. Acting. I never thought about talking at a high school assembly. I've done a few things there before with the players, but never just spoke about my life or experiences. This will be new.
Did you agree?
Yeah. I told them I could put something together for 5 or 10 minutes.
You'll be great at that. He shrugged.
Thank you. I'll have backup. Ryan was there today, and he'll be at the assembly. He went to my high school a few years before me.
That's right. I forgot. I guess he and Bailey are back from Paris.
They just got back yesterday.
Ryan and Bailey said they might want to try to have children one day, but for now, they had none. They still lived in the apartment above the Blackbird, and they traveled a lot, taking 3 or 4 trips a year to places all over the world.
These came out so great,
he said, leaning over and inspecting my work. His body was hard from working out at the gym, and I held onto his leg as he leaned in next to me.
Is that going to fit her?
He asked, standing close to me.
It looks tiny.
It stretches. It fits perfectly. Believe me, we've tried it on about 20 times this morning.
Thank you for doing all that.
My pleasure. It's fun.
Warren is up for Country Music Artist of the Year.
I know. Natalie mentioned it yesterday. I'm excited for him.
He and Sasha asked if we want to go to the show. The award show and all the stuff before and after. He can bring us along if we want to go.
Yes, I said, without even thinking about it. That would be fun.
I also wanted to mention your mom coming in from Montana in 2 weeks for this show.
What show? My mom?
Naomi's recital,
he said, gesturing at the outfits on the table.
and yes, your mom.
My mom's coming for that. Betty?
Yes, we've been planning it for a few days. She wants to surprise you at the recital, but I thought I would tell you early. Sasha said we'll need formal clothes for that awards show, so I know you'll have a lot going on.
Yeah, I'll get it together. That's no big deal. It's cool he invited us. I can't believe it about my mom.
I know. She's excited to see you.
Me too. I'm excited. She's going to meet Naomi. That's crazy. How long is she staying?
4 days. She'll fly in the day of the recital and then stay a few days after that. I got her a room at the Peabody. She must have researched it because she mentioned being interested in staying at the place with the ducks.
Thank you for getting her a room. I'm so glad you told me before, I said. I'll act surprised.
Are you happy about it?
Yes, I can't wait for her to meet Naomi. She's going to fall in love.
Where is my baby?
Naomi, taking a nap.
For how long?
He asked. Usually about an hour, like always.
No. How long has she been sleeping?
Oh, I just put her down. I sat down to finish this like 2 minutes before you walked in. Owen smiled at me and raised his eyebrows. I knew what he was asking. He leaned against me just the right way. The answer to his question was a resounding yes. I felt a warm sensation in the pit of my stomach, knowing what was about to happen. It was a familiar feeling of anticipation, urgency, and need. I was thankful that our daughter had just fallen asleep. She was tired, too. She had been up since early this morning. I stashed my needle and thread on the table, and I smiled up at my husband, biting my lip and flirting with him. Owen smiled back at me as he took my hand, and the rest was history. The end. Thank you so much for listening to the Memphis Players Series. Love and hugs to you. Thank you for listening to Sparrow, The Memphis Players, Book 5. Written by Brooke St. James. Narrated by Christina Traister. Audio production copyright 2024.